Chapter 351, Taking Advantage of Others. Chapter 351, Taking Advantage of Others. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At this moment, regardless of whether it was on Earth or the Moon, all the people within the area of the Federation held their breaths. The frightening looks and screams of the ferocious beast, though a distance away and seen and heard through a live stream, were still extremely shocking to the people. Therefore, everyone grew solemn. With even them reacting this way, the response of the people within the new Mars region could be imagined. The ferocious beasts looked ugly, a look of madness in their eyes. They were immensely imposing, and rather than charging out from a particular direction, they were under the deliberate control of the seal and emerged at high speed from 10 different directions. Their goal, the zones where the 10 candidates were. Even though it wasn't accurate to a point, the number of ferocious beasts charging towards each zone were about the same, and it was fair to a certain extent. The assessment looked at which candidate could persevere to the end. Furthermore, the surge of the beast tide wasn't a one-off continuous stream. The force of the seal would be in control, resulting in waves coming continually, with some time given for consolidation in between. In this first wave of the beast tide, even though there were numerous ferocious beasts that emerged, most of their combat capabilities were of an ordinary level, specifically in the ancient martial realm. Under the restrictions of the seal, there were even some true breath realm ferocious beasts, but they weren't in large numbers. Even so, the sheer number of beasts was shocking. Looking from a distance, they appeared like a wave, charging towards the 10 zones. Compared to the prototype of the bases constructed by the 9 other candidates, Wang Baoli's base paled severely in comparison. The instant the ferocious beasts emerged, Li Yi and the others immediately sent out commands. Instantly, in the bases that they constructed, fire god cannons, Baoli cannons, and many other large-sized spirit items, as well as combat cultivators, were activated. In the blink of an eye, a shocking loud boom emerged. In this act of resistance, Li Yi and the other candidates continuously constructed their bases. They knew that, in order to persevere to the end, every second counted. Now, Wang Baoli's eyes widened as he looked at the ferocious beasts charging towards him from afar. He immediately leaped into the air, and when he landed, he stepped hard into the ground. Immediately, the ground under his feet broke apart, accompanied by a loud noise. The soil flew into the air in all directions, and a large trench was created in the ground. Without any hesitation, Wang Baoli jumped into the trench. Activating his left-hand seals, the surrounding soil was sucked in by him quickly, instantly burying him. The donkey standing at the side was dumbfounded, but it also reacted quickly, mimicking Wang Baoli in digging a trench and burying itself in it. This made everyone watching the live stream, who were initially anxious, surprised. They looked at the person and the donkey who had just buried themselves in the trenches they dug. This Wang Baoli, buried himself? What? You could even do that? They weren't the only ones surprised. Even Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars military were taken aback. The other candidates were a distance away and didn't see what happened, but as Wang Baoli was right beside Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars, they witnessed everything clearly. They didn't have time to think too much about it, as most of their attention was directed to resisting the beast tide. However, very quickly, Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars military began to scream maniacally and angrily. Wang Baoli, you're shameless. Report him. Report him. This Wang Baoli is cheating. It was impossible for them to stay calm. Wang Baoli and the donkey had buried themselves in the trenches they dug, which was in an area where there were no structures. The ferocious beasts were raging, but they weren't blind. Noticing that the space didn't have any structures, and that there wasn't anyone around, their thirst for blood caused their attention to divert to the 2 sides that were the nearest. As such, Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars military had to resist the beast tide charging towards their zones, as well as the tide that was supposed to have been resisted by Wang Baoli. The level of stress was so high that it instantly made the 2 of them scream maniacally in anger. Curses were directed in all directions, but there was no way out. Their estates were so large that digging trenches would be useless. The issue was that the bases they had constructed merely looked sturdy on the surface, but were completed through simple constructions. The ferocious beasts weren't exceptionally capable, but were coming in extremely large numbers. They would be able to withstand it if they were merely resisting the beasts that were supposed to come after them, but now that they had to take on Wang Baoli's beasts, they were stretched over their limits. Zhuge Yixian had it a little easier as the 5-generation Sky Clan gave him all their support. However, the candidate from Mars military was at a disadvantage. After all, the main candidate that the Mars military supported this time round was Kong Dao, while he was just there to make up the numbers. The servants assigned to him also paled in comparison to Kong Dao's, and under this stressful circumstance, the base that he constructed was easily destroyed. With the large numbers of ferocious beasts charging towards them, the servants assigned to the candidate from Mars military would naturally not give their all in the assessment. They could still resist it initially, but as time passed, they all became injured. They had killed many beasts, but after realizing that there were no signs of the first wave easing, their perseverance dwindled. Therefore, very soon, some of them retreated and fled the combat grounds. Once one left the zone, it would be considered a forfeit of their eligibility to compete. Even so, in the face of innumerable ferocious beasts, the choice for most people would be to escape. In this manner, as the base of the candidate from Mars military was destroyed, his servants also dispersed in all directions. Seeing that his hard work had amounted to nothing, the candidate from Mars military was extremely upset and angry, unwilling to become the first to leave. With reddened eyes, he found a corner and dug a trench, before hiding himself in it. Before burying himself, he roared angrily in the direction of the area where Wang Baoli had buried himself. "Wang Baoli, it's not over between the both of us." As he dug the trench and buried himself, and as his servants escaped, the area he was at originally was instantly trampled by the ferocious beasts. After going back and forth, the beasts then diverted in 2 directions. The neighbor of the candidate from Mars's military was a candidate from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect. He witnessed firsthand the fall of the candidate from Mars military, but thankfully, there weren't many beasts that were directed to him. He could still resist them, but in the case of Zhuge Yixian, the madness had increased. He already had to withstand half the pressure directed to him from Wang Baoli, and now that there was another half from Mars's military candidate added to that, it was hell for him. The amount of hatred in his heart was indescribable, but he could only toil through it and resist now. His fire god cannons and the walls of his base were increasingly damaged. After having approximately 30% of his servants lose their combat capabilities, he narrowly managed to kill off all the beasts, and the first beast tide concluded. The whole duration of the beast tide lasted for about 2 hours. However, this 2 hours was as long drawn as a nightmare for Zhuge Yixian and the candidate from the Mars military. For the live stream Federation viewers, the shock they experienced stayed long in their hearts. This is a huge trench. I've never seen a fella resist their opponents like that. It was clear that Zhuge Yixian and the candidate from Mars's military were extremely pitiful. One was severely disabled, while the other was entirely broken, both of them a step away from giving up their eligibility. Li Yi and the other candidates had it significantly easier. After resisting the beast tide, they noticed the situation involving Zhuge Yixian and Wang Baoli that had occurred. They all held their breaths, thinking that they had been blessed with good fortune not to have been neighbors with Wang Baoli. Amidst their gratitude, they didn't have time to ponder too much about it. They grabbed hold of every second to restore and upgrade their bases, in order to make it more sturdy before the second beast tide commenced. As discussion arose amongst the viewers from the Federation, which coincided with the conclusion of the beast tide, Zhuge Yixian immediately went to the boundary between him and Wang Baoli and began screaming angrily. "Wang Baoli, get the hell out of there! Wang Baoli! I want to fight it out with you!" From the other side, the candidate from Mars's military emerged, so furious that he could kill someone. With both of them screaming with rage, Wang Baoli emerged from the trench, holding his head up arrogantly as he looked at the surroundings. The wild grass on the ground had obviously decreased in area, and even though the ground had become uneven, the area before him was barren land before and still was now. Uneven or not, there was no difference. At the same time, he noticed the terrible state his neighbors had been thrown into. He blinked and cleared his throat, innocently looking at Zhuge Yixian and the candidate from Mars's military, who were exploding with rage. "What's with both of you? Did I breach the rules? Is resisting the first beast tide with my wit wrong?" Chapter 352, All Lined Up. Chapter 352, All Lined Up. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. There was already an indescribable rage in Zhuyi Xian and the Mars military candidate's heart. Now that they heard what Wang Baoli said, they were about to explode. It was like adding oil to fire, and the two of them were close to losing it and battling it out with Wang Baoli right there and then. However, after considering Wang Baoli's combat capabilities, both of them swallowed their pride. After all, it was impossible for them to let their servants help in fighting Wang Baoli. There were also rules, though few in numbers, for this assessment. The most basic of them was that there was to be no internal fighting. Furthermore, it was difficult to consider what Wang Baoli did as an act of killing his peers. After all, he wasn't that capable, and it wasn't exactly wrong for him to hide and play dead. However, that made Zhuyi Xian and the other candidate even more indignant. After staring furiously at Wang Baoli, Zhuyi Xian wasted no time, making use of whatever he had left to restore and upgrade his base. He had thought through everything clearly, and he concluded that if he didn't strengthen his base before the next beast tide arrived, he would land in danger. At the same time, under this tense busyness surrounding the area near Wang Baoli, which was also where Zhuyi Xian put the most effort in building, the candidate from Mars military lowered his head and looked at his tattered base, then back at Wang Baoli. In his anger and sadness, he found a place to sit and shouted at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, don't think that I'm unaware that you were raised by pigs when you were young. Otherwise, why are you so uncultured and so fat? Also, you're a dharmic armament cultivator, so why don't you recreate yourself with your smelting furnace? You son of a b*tch. From the start till the end of his scoldings, he didn't hold back a single bit, pouring out all the indignation that he had suppressed in his heart. In reality, he felt that since he wouldn't be competing anymore, and wouldn't be able to physically fight Wang Baoli, he could only scold him. If Wang Baoli were offended and beat him up, then he would be eliminated as well. The curses he spewed shocked the viewers of the live stream from the Federation. The candidate from Mars's military seemed very proficient at scolding others, never stopping even once. Wang Baoli, if you were a fresh flower, the cow wouldn't even show *t on you if it saw you. You're so impressive, huh? Aren't you great at playing dead? If you're really so great, then go hold your pee. If you're still alive after keeping it in for 3 days and 3 nights, then I'll give it to you. His curses never ended. When the personnel from Mars's military watched the live stream, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. They had never realized that this candidate that was there just to make up the numbers was capable of such a thing. Wang Baoli was initially angered by what he heard, but eventually, he just sighed in an annoyed manner and didn't care any longer. He pretended not to hear and hummed songs while taking out his chair in a carefree manner, sitting on it before opening up his box of chicken wings. Realizing that they had gone cold, he waved his right hand and started a fire to roast them. The donkey's eyes lit up, galloping towards Wang Baoli and trying to get Wang Baoli's favor, its tail shaking more vigorously than before. Wang Baoli took a look and didn't care about the donkey, not even giving it the bones as he did previously. That made the donkey anxious and tempted to go snatch the food from Wang Baoli. However, it was afraid that Wang Baoli would order its mouth to be shut again, and instead circled Wang Baoli nervously. Seeing that Wang Baoli had eaten all the chicken wings, the donkey was about to go crazy. It screeched while turning its body suddenly to look at the candidate from Mars military who had already let loose, sitting there, drinking water while continuing to scold Wang Baoli. Right now, seeing that Wang Baoli didn't respond, the candidate used his voice transmission ring and activated the camera function, taking pictures of Wang Baoli while sneering. Fine if you're not responding. I'll hang your picture up on the wall. It'll chase away evil spirits in the day, and act as contraception at night. Wang Baoli had pretended not to hear his insults previously, but rage was already rising in his heart. Now that he heard that sentence, he was about to explode. He stared angrily, thinking about whether he should risk breaking the rules to bash him up. The donkey seemed to have found the chance and began sneering at the candidate. Son. Son. Its voice was so loud that it scared the candidate. He was about to speak when the screams from the donkey grew even louder. Noticing the donkey's response, Wang Baoli was heartened, so pleased that he tossed a chicken wing to the donkey. The donkey grew excited and put in even more effort in its sneers. This way, as the surrounding candidates grew annoyed and the viewers from the Federation grew increasingly bewildered, The bickering between the Mars candidate and the donkey continued for half an hour. In that hour, Wang Baoli sat in a carefree manner. When he had his fill of food, and as the loud boom originating from the seal a distance away was heard, Wang Baoli stood up. I am a lone ranger. My courage to compete against 90,000 people says that the handsome me is extraordinary. Emotionally, as he noticed the second beast tide erupting amidst the reverberation of the loud boom, Wang Baoli leaped into the trench, burying himself in it, with the donkey following suit. Noticing that, Zhuo Yixian gritted his teeth. He had completed the restoration of his base, but didn't manage to expand and strengthen it. He was increasingly anxious, and that was when he noticed that the candidate from the Mars military hurriedly digging a trench and burying himself in it. A thought suddenly struck Zhuo Yixian as he saw what was happening. Oh no! He wasn't the only one surprised. The candidate from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, who was a neighbor to the candidate from Mars military, was also surprised. What followed was that innumerable ferocious beasts emerging from the seal, screaming. This time, due to an increase in the size of the seal's opening, the wave of ferocious beasts that emerged was more impressive, both in terms of scale and strength. The number of ferocious beasts with true breath realm cultivation had also increased. Even ferocious beasts of the Foundation establishment realm emerged. This gripped Li Yi and the others in fear. Very soon, the beast tide exploded, and the beasts charged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, loud booms sounded out continuously. It was on such a large scale that all the Dharmic artifacts were being activated, the compounded force so shocking and its impact so strong that it swept in all directions. Looking from a distance away, this round of resistance was like a hurricane. An hour later, Zhuo Yixian was filled with sadness and anger as his base was completely warped. Since the zones belonging to Wang Baoli and the candidate from Mars's military were empty, the beasts that charged towards those areas split up, diverting towards the areas nearest to them. For the candidate from Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, since he didn't suffer significant damage from the first beast tide, he had substantial power to resist the ferocious beasts. However, it was a different case for Zhuo Yixian, who was clearly weaker, which attracted more ferocious beasts towards him. After holding up for an hour, Zhuo Yixian had reached his limits. As the last of his servants escaped bitterly, Zhuo Yixian screamed towards the heavens. Wang Baoli, what rotten luck did I have to become neighbors with you? I hate you. After screaming, with his face red with rage, and with the unwillingness to become the first to be eliminated that was similar to that of the candidate from Mars's military, Zhuo Yixian suppressed his indignation and madness and began digging a trench. After that, he laid in it and buried himself. In his anger, his base suddenly collapsed and was trampled to flat ground. After noticing Wang Baoli and the two other candidates playing dead, the other candidates were also thrown into a state of madness. Without a doubt, the ferocious beasts originally directed to the trio dispersed automatically, joining the other beasts. That immediately increased the pressure faced by the rest of the candidates. Therefore, the second beast tide, which wasn't supposed to be that challenging, resulted in significant losses for all the candidates. Another hour went by, and the beast tide finally ended. The gaze from Li Yi and the others fell on Wang Baoli and the other two candidates who emerged from their trenches. They stared with rage while gritting their teeth. Wang Baoli sniggered. He felt that if he wanted to become the Federation president, being thick-skinned was a skill that he had to master. For example, a golden opportunity to hone that skill had presented itself right now. Therefore, he calmly shook off the dust on his body while emotionally commenting. That was it? Did I just win by lying down? Imagine if I emerged first using this extremely witty method, my name would be recorded in history. Wang Baoli hushed. On the other hand, Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars weren't as thick-skinned. They all looked awkward and felt extremely embarrassed. However, there was nothing else they could do. No one wanted to be the first to be eliminated, and all they could do was to bear with the embarrassment. At the same time, they stared angrily at Wang Baoli, none of them believing that the beast tide would disregard the area forever. Otherwise, it would be too easy for Wang Baoli. That wasn't far from the truth. 2 hours later, when the third beast tide emerged, everyone felt that something was different. The temperature of the environment was significantly lowered. At the same time, they saw that a large number of spirit-like creatures had floated out from the seal. Some of the spirits flew in the air, some wriggled into the ground, while some emerged from underneath. Looking from afar, there were a large number of spirits. To a certain extent, they seemed to be able to disregard the steel walls as they charged towards the different zones. They let out an ear-piercing scream, which formed sound waves that shook everything. Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars Military were about to lie back down in the trench when they noticed what was happening. The two of them, and Wang Baoli, were all taken aback. They knew that it was useless to play dead this time around. However, Wang Baoli had prepared amply, and right now, without hesitation, he took out 10 gigantic megaphones. He laid it all out in his area, and turned all of them on at the same time. Chapter 353, No Resources, No Fear. Chapter 353, No Resources, No Fear. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Those 10 megaphones could be considered large and were assembled with various components. Being a dharmic armament cultivator and the creator of the megaphone, Wang Baoli assembled the megaphones extremely efficiently, such that as soon as the beast tide had been initiated, the 10 megaphones were completely assembled. The moment they were turned on, the 10 megaphone vibrated vigorously, as if a shocking force was circling within them according to the fixed inscriptions. At the same time, the rainbow spirit stone inside the 10 megaphones began to be exhausted at an indescribable rate. Amidst this exaggerated rate of exhaustion, Wang Baoli first hurriedly took out and put on a helmet which he had refined, before grabbing hold of the donkey, kicking it hard, and looking sternly at it, before roaring at it. Scream! The donkey snorted, looking at Wang Baoli and then at the 10 megaphones. It seemed to have understood the situation, and it opened its mouth and began screaming with all its might. Sun! Sun! The donkey screams, being of a high decibel, were already ear-piercing on their own. Now that it put in all its effort and its screams were boosted by the 10 megaphones, the pitch of the donkey screams became frightening. It was so scary that it could rend the world asunder. It was loud, much louder than thunder, and was immediately transformed into a sonic boom. Looking at the area in front of the 10 megaphones with the naked eye, one could see that the area had been warped. Layers of scary-looking, translucent waves seemed to be able to contort everything as they spread forward frighteningly. As the screams erupted and spread, it directly vaporized the weeds that were in front of the megaphones. Even the ground cracked under the force of the sound waves, such that Zhuo Yixian and the candidate from Mars Military, despite being buried in the ground, were also physically and emotionally shaken. At the same time, in the zones where the other candidates were at, they were all deafened as the loud noise reverberated. Those who were weaker in their cultivation almost lost consciousness from the shock. If even the cultivators reacted this way, the beast tide nearest to and facing the 10 megaphones directly felt the strongest impact. In the blink of an eye, even before the beast tide had neared Wang Baoli, they were thrown back by the immensely savage sonic boom. Painful screams were drowned out by the noise from the megaphones. To a certain extent, the ferocious beast's pitiful shouts couldn't be heard. One could only see the ferocious beasts first running, before instantly being contorted and mangled into a mess of flesh and blood. That scene gripped the viewers of the Federation who were watching the live stream in shock. The force of the sonic boom was way out of their imagination. Effortlessly and quickly, the beast tide that was charging towards Wang Baoli turned into pools of blood and flesh. Even the screeching spirits couldn't withstand the force of the sonic boom and were being torn apart. Looking at the entire scenario from afar, a hurricane seemed to have formed in the area. As the sonic boom swept in all directions, it destroyed everything in its path. There was such a strong impact due to two reasons. First, the donkey's ear-piercing screams were magnified by the megaphones, and second, the ferocious beasts in this third beast tide were only shocking in terms of numbers, but not in terms of their physique, which were ordinary at best. Regardless of the reason, the appearance of the 10 megaphones eventually devastated half of the beast tide that had charged towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli didn't intend to destroy them completely. In reality, when he first arrived, he was clear that the current assessment was a test of who could persevere until the end. Therefore, he had many ideas to weaken his opponents while boosting his chances. Take the present moment as an example. Under the effect of the sonic boom, only a proportion of the beast tide was decimated. The majority of the beasts that remained instinctively avoided going in the direction where the sonic boom originated. After all, the nearer they were, the stronger the effect of the sonic boom, and vice versa. Therefore, the candidate beside Shui Yixian, as well as the neighbor of Mars's military candidate, were thrown into shock. They were growing crazy with anxiousness as they battled it out, withstanding the pressure from the beast tide that should have been directed towards Wang Baoli and the other two candidates. However, Shui Yixian and the candidate from the Mars military didn't have an easier time. In the current beast tide, there were also spirits who instinctively distanced themselves from Wang Baoli. For Shui Yixian and the candidate from Mars military, even though the sonic boom also spread to their area, it was less significant compared to that of Wang Baoli's. Therefore, with the spirits charging towards them, Shui Yixian and the candidate from Mars military had little choice but to escape from their trenches. The duo's breathing quickened, and their faces were filled with fear. They could simply disregard the spirits if they were few in number, but in this case, as there were so many of them, it frightened them significantly. In reality, as soon as they emerged, they exposed themselves to the visual field of the beast tide. Therefore, with the ferocious beast screaming and charging at them, the candidate from Mars military was put into a dangerous situation. Eventually, with an angry scream, he had no choice but to crush his jade slip to get teleported out. He became the first to be eliminated. Shui Yixian was next. In the face of the innumerable beasts from the beast tide and having experienced their madness and temper, Shui Yixian was filled with rage and indignation. That was especially so after noticing that there wasn't a single ferocious beast over at Wang Baoli's area, and only continuous screaming from the donkey emerging from the 10 megaphones. Wang Baoli! Shui Yixian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing else he could do. Even with his Foundation establishment realm cultivation, he was still helpless in the face of the endless beast tide. He could only sigh in sadness as he crushed the jade slip to be transported away with the help of the crew from Mars. He became the second person to be eliminated. That scene immediately made everyone from the Federation who were viewing the live stream gasp in shock, the sound of their gasps audible from each household. This is possible. The first to be eliminated, it's not Wang Baoli. The 5-generation Sky Clan and the Mars military are too weak. Wang Baoli is going solo, while each of them had a 10,000-strong army, and they still lost. Why do I feel that the reason Wang Baoli could possibly emerge victorious through the trials is because of how shameless he is? As a heated discussion erupted from the viewers of the Federation, the other candidates near the Divine Armament catacombs continued resisting with reddened eyes. On the other hand, Wang Baoli was simply relaxing, and that contrasted greatly when juxtaposed with the other candidates. However, the period of relaxation didn't last long. When he noticed that his two neighbors had been transported away, Wang Baoli's breathing quickened briefly, and his eyes lit up. This is the time I've been waiting for. In his agitation, Wang Baoli didn't hesitate and immediately waved his hand, retrieving numerous puppets. In order to store those puppets, he had prepared several storage bags. He had placed his bets on these construction puppets for this assessment. When he arrived, he had already thought thoroughly about the entire assessment. He knew very well that he had no resources since the 4 Dao colleges didn't support him. In this situation, it was impossible if he wanted to win and successfully construct his own city. Therefore, that would be his greatest disadvantage. I don't have resources, but my neighbors do. Wang Baoli was excited. As the construction puppets were being taken out one by one, he immediately sent out commands to control the puppets. Like locusts, the puppets charged towards the areas left behind by Shui Yixian and the candidate from Mars military. Even though the two of them had been sent away, with their servants on the run and their bases being completely trampled, there were still large amounts of resources and parts that they didn't manage to bring away in time. The other candidates had ample resources and didn't fancy what was left behind, but to Wang Baoli, his neighbors had become his gold mine. Therefore, when he dug the trench and brought out the megaphones, his goal was to try his best to eliminate his neighbors. That was the only way he could accumulate his chances to emerge victorious from a nobody through the competition. So far, everything had happened according to his plan. As the numerous construction puppets charged forward, Wang Baoli adjusted the angle of the megaphones in order to assist them. He ensured that the beast tide wouldn't block the way, even though it was inevitable that some puppets would be damaged. After all, there were still ferocious beasts in the two zones. However, while he felt pained at the damage, he could still bear with it. Therefore, The viewers from the Federation watching the live stream soon watched in shock, as the puppets that charged into the two neighboring zones beside Wang Baoli began skillfully tearing down everything. Like locusts, they cleared out everything they came into contact with, regardless of whether they could still be used or not. Broken fire god cannons, Baoli cannons, as well as damaged dharmic artifacts, used spirit stones, and foundation stones with restoration array formations inscribed onto them. Even collapsed walls were broken down and taken away by the puppets. In this manner, the third beast tide concluded, and the other candidates were exhausted. For Wang Baoli, though, there was a huge transformation in his zone. Chapter 354, Lone Ranger. Chapter 354, Lone Ranger. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On Wang Baoli's side, it was no longer a pitiful scene comprised of a man and a donkey. Instead, as the thousands of construction puppets busied themselves, the area was heated up. There were no longer weeds on the ground, having been replaced with a large trench that was dug neatly in the ground. A copper wall made from bits and pieces of fragments formed the fence. The scale of the transformation, when compared to the original state, was not mind-blowingly large, but was still shocking. The live stream viewers from the Federation all looked surprised, and some of them, having understood Wang Baoli's intention and plans, began to praise him. I understand now. Wang Baoli is planning to use others to his advantage. He has nothing. Compared to the other candidates, he had no competitive edge. I see now, this fella's plan was to obtain other people's resources from the start. Liu Daobin from Ethereal Dao College, as well as the others, including the Sect Lord, were all surprised. That was especially so for the Sect Lord of Ethereal Dao College, whose eyes lit up instantly. He previously thought that the act of Wang Baoli playing dead and his use of the megaphones were a nuisance, but right now, he understood Wang Baoli's intention. It's hard on him. After all, Li Yi is the one that the 4 Dao colleges are supporting this time. The Ethereal Dao College Sect Lord felt a little guilty as he sighed. Even though he had high hopes for Wang Baoli, he knew that it would still be difficult for him to win if that was all he had. Unless there is something special about the city he wants to construct. As the Ethereal Dao College Sect Lord sank deep in thought, there were many people on Mars who were watching everything unfold with shock. The Martian colony governor curled her lips into a slight smile, while the giant tree furrowed its brows without saying much. On the other hand, the Mars military was annoyed yet amused. If it was someone else and not Wang Baoli behaving this way, they would have sternly reacted. However, in Wang Baoli's case, he had just come to assemble the Baoli cannons for them not long ago, passing on all his knowledge without withholding anything. That made the Mars military indebted, and they gave in to him. For Shui Yixian, regardless of whether it was him or the other family clans, they were unable to stop whatever was happening, even though they gritted their teeth in annoyance. They could only watch as the puppets entered their territory right in front of them. At the same time, Wang Baoli, who had received a large amount of resources, was both excited and delighted. He controlled the thousands of puppets and began constructing his own base. Even though he was late to the game and was short-handed, his advantage lay in that he had already ruminated over the design of his eternal fortress for over a year. He had pondered over and perfected everything, be it the internal structure of the base, the combination of inscriptions, and every other detail. It could be said that he had already built the stronghold in his mind and knew the ins and outs extremely clearly. What he lacked were the resources. The other candidates were clearly less confident than Wang Baoli. Therefore, right now, as he built the stronghold, Wang Baoli's train of thought was sharp and fast. The thousands of construction puppets were like 1,000 pairs of hands being controlled by him in an organized manner. There was no mess, and very quickly, when the 4th beast tide appeared, there was already a prototype for Wang Baoli's base being made, its foundation already built in the trench in the ground. On the foundation, there was a large frame that was still in its initial stages of construction. Its eventual appearance couldn't be seen yet, which made it difficult to imagine how impressive it would be. However, the construction work done continuously by the thousands of puppets surprised everyone who saw it. Even the other candidates directed their attention to what Wang Baoli was doing after they were done making restorations to their own bases. Some grew solemn, while others sped up their restoration process. As for Kong Dao, a chill flashed across his eyes. He didn't care much, instead, focusing on the construction of his own zone. Amongst the candidates, the most popular Li Yi was indeed rather capable, especially with the full support of the giant tree and the 4 Dao colleges. That made her city one of the most sturdy and well-constructed ones out of all the candidates. Even though it wasn't completed, it looked extremely imposing, especially as the model of the city she wanted to construct was focused mostly on the array formations. Looking at it from a distance, light rays intersected each other, forming a 3-dimensional figure. The light rays were blinding. At the same time, the candidates also began to dedicate part of their resources and manpower to defend against and respond to Wang Baoli. The megaphones were the subject of most interest. There were no complex technicalities involved for the megaphones, and very quickly, numerous megaphones were constructed by the candidates who had adequate resources and manpower, forming a part of their defense against the beast tide. There was no real need to use the megaphones. After all, the effect of chasing the beasts away only existed if only one person possessed the megaphones. However, if everyone had megaphones and turned them on, it would only make the ferocious beasts even crazier and nothing else. Therefore, their goal of making the megaphones was simply to control Wang Baoli. Seeing that others had constructed megaphones of their own, Wang Baoli was unhappy. This is a breach of copyright. This is an act of copying. Wang Baoli sneered but was helpless. He knew that the megaphones had lost their function. In addition, he also realized that even after obtaining the resources from his neighbors, it was still insufficient to construct the perfect eternal fortress that he had in mind. The resources were clearly lacking, and that severely reduced the speed of construction. That made Wang Baoli somewhat frustrated. He uncontrollably threw glances at the zones belonging to the other candidates, with a look of greed appearing in his eyes. As he pondered about his next move, a loud boom from the divine armament catacombs emerged, signaling the commencement of the 4th beast tide. The 4th beast tide was clearly on a bigger scale than the last. With the loud boom reverberating, numerous ferocious beasts screamed as they emerged. There were even more true Breath Realm ferocious beasts, and the number of Foundation Establishment Realm ferocious beasts also increased. There were also 10 ancient corpses covered with black armor. Each of the 10 ancient corpses was over 20 feet tall, appearing like a small fleshy mountain with the stench of rotten flesh emanating from them. Taking a closer look at them, one could see that they were each made from the assembly of individual corpses. Some had 3 skulls, while some had one which was covered with eyes. Some didn't have a head but instead had mouths filled with sharp teeth all over their large hands. The 10 ancient corpses were like the leaders of the beast tide. They charged out while roaring, leading the beast tide towards the different zones at high speed. As they charged, the ground shook. The candidates in each of the zones were taken aback, but they still put in all their effort to resist it. Wang Baoli was extremely troubled now. He noticed that there were 2 of those ancient corpses heading in his direction. Even though he knew that it was because his 2 neighbors were gone, he still felt frustrated. That was especially so as his base was still in a nascent stage that couldn't withstand trampling. Once the ferocious beasts entered the compound, all that had been constructed would be reduced to nothing. Therefore, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, and with anger in his heart, he thought of a method that could perhaps delay some time for him. Wang Baoli wasn't a timid person. Right now, a chill flashed across his eyes. Determined, he quickened his breathing and leaped into the air as he grabbed the donkey, who was following a puppet around while chewing on his leg. The donkey was behaving suspiciously ever since the puppets began to move the large amount of resources. Wang Baoli's viciousness resulted in a traumatic experience for the donkey, and if not for that, the donkey would have eaten all the resources long ago. Now, it didn't dare to eat anything, but it was still craving food. It could only lick. After being caught, the donkey immediately began to scream as it kicked its legs in panic. It looked innocent, as if trying to tell Wang Baoli that it didn't eat a single thing. Listen up, donkey. You can use the city walls to hide, but you must never let a single ferocious beast enter the base. If not, I will make sure that your mouth remains shut for the rest of your life. If you succeed in this task. There are so many delicious things here. After I win, I will let you have a feast for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Baoli spoke sternly as he tossed the donkey onto the city walls and didn't care about it anymore. He leaped, and with the attention of the gasping live stream viewers from the Federation in the background, he waved his right hand, and a dharmic armament saber landed in his hands. Just as the other candidate's bases opened up and resisted the beast tide, he erupted at high speed, like a rainbow, charging forward as he roared at the two ancient corpses and the beast tide. In the whole process of him charging out, a force erupted from Wang Baoli. It was as if his external appearance had been erased, revealing the imposing manner that was a culmination of his experiences in the Pond Cloud Rainforest, Kulom Basin, as well as the mystic lunar realm, the true him. The image that surfaced in his mind was the scene of the large numbers of ferocious beasts escaping after the huge bat, and other beast leaders being killed at the seventh line of defense. To survive this ordeal, the only way is to kill the beast leader and scare the other ferocious beasts away. Wang Baoli looked extremely vicious, and his voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. Kill! Chapter 355, Scaring the Beast Tide. Chapter 355, Scaring the Beast Tide. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. That scene shocked all the viewers from the Federation. In their eyes, right now, Wang Baoli was like a sharp sword that had been removed from its sheath. He was so imposing and so frightening that it contrasted significantly from how he had been behaving previously. It was a complete transformation. Some were even confused as to who the true Wang Baoli was. Was it the laid-back, shameless fellow who kept showing off previously, or was it the one wielding a saber, his body like a dragon and his force so imposing, the one going head-on with the endless beast tide while remaining ferocious and determined? The contrast was so huge that the live-stream viewers from the Federation, as well as people from the Mars colonial city, were gripped with shock. Sounds of their hasty breathing and gasps of shock emerged endlessly. Right now, in the new Mars region, Wang Baoli's speed was so fast that he was like a sharp dagger, charging directly into the crowd of beasts. With the cleaving down of the saber, the approaching ferocious beasts didn't even have the chance to see Wang Baoli before they were decapitated with the eruption of Wang Baoli's cultivation and his astounding combat powers. Their limbs were torn off their bodies, and their bodies turned into a mush of flesh and blood as a result of Wang Baoli charging towards and killing them viciously. Snarls and painful screams reverberated, and Wang Baoli's top was dyed red through this brief encounter with the ferocious beasts. The stench of blood hit one in the face and was a smell that not everybody could get used to. However, Wang Baoli took a deep whiff without any signs of him being unaccustomed to it. There was even an indescribable feeling that he experienced. It was as if he had suppressed himself too much these days, resulting in his intention to kill building up. Right now, that intention seemed to have been uncontrollably released, making the chill in his eyes even more apparent. His body didn't stop, and he continued charging forward. In all the areas that he passed, the black glow of the saber shone, and a sonic boom reverberated. Another 7 ferocious beasts charged head-on towards him, and even before they had landed, they were turned into a pool of flesh and blood in mid-air. As their crimson-red blood spurted in all directions, Wang Baoli appeared to have been transformed into a bloody figure as he weaved through the crowd. His goal remained the same throughout, and the destination he wanted to reach was one of the 10 ancient corpses, which was less than 1,000 feet away. The skull of the ancient corpse was extremely large, and its hands were filled with gigantic mouths, which were collectively making a noise that was similar to countless people screaming together at the same time. It seemed extremely bad-tempered, and now, as it sprinted, it grabbed the ferocious beasts in its way, the mouths on its hand tearing the ferocious beasts apart. It was completely savage. It seemed to have noticed Wang Baoli. It suddenly turned its body, and its vicious and imposing manner became extremely significant. However, it didn't retreat and instead charged towards Wang Baoli while screeching loudly. 1,000 feet wasn't a short distance for cultivators, but now that both Wang Baoli and the ancient corpse picked up speed, the live stream viewers from the Federation saw the duo near each other in an instant, in the blink of an eye. The instant they neared, a hurricane erupted. Black winds swept in all directions, and the figure of a black crocodile, illusory but clearer than any of the other times it was seen previously, appeared, roaring towards the sky. The black crocodile seemed to have been integrated into one with Wang Baoli, who was charging forward, making Wang Baoli invisible in the eyes of outsiders. All they could see were the black crocodile riding on the black hurricane, charging towards the ancient corpse at high speed in a swallowing motion. The ancient corpse wasn't to be belittled either. As it screamed, it unleashed a combat force on the level of someone who had a perfect Foundation establishment realm cultivation. Right now, with both its hands raised, its arms began to swell. In just a blink of an eye, they turned gigantic, similar to two huge millstones carrying an astounding and indescribable physical force as it went after Wang Baoli at high speed. Looking at it from afar, it was a battleground that was extremely frightening. It became the focus of everyone's attention, and the spectators watched on without blinking. Even before they could react emotionally, the ancient corpse's two millstone hands neared in that instant, and Wang Baoli was left with only two options. One was to dodge it before slashing it with his saber. The other option was to disregard the ancient corpse's physical strength, and to slay it immediately. However, he couldn't disrupt his force. From the beginning to now, he had been storing that force. Therefore, without a doubt, he chose the latter option. As the intention to kill grew stronger in his eyes, he didn't even bother to look at the ancient corpse's big hands, and he hollered. "Kill!" His words were being drowned out by a shockingly loud boom. He wielded his saber, and the surroundings vibrated vigorously. That act was a culmination of combat power from Wang Baoli's current cultivation as a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, which was extremely near that of the late stage. It also encompassed the Foundation establishment force of his Green Lotus, his astounding physical strength, and even the two heavenly thunders in his body, which greatly increased his speed. This way, that action of his resulted in lightning sparks spreading in all directions, which were visible from afar. It integrated into the black hurricane, and to an extent, it caused the hurricane to be transformed into electromagnetism burst. Just like that, the ancient corpse's giant hands landed directly on Wang Baoli's body, causing him to tremble and his blood chi to churn. It was almost as if his body was about to be ground into a pool of flesh. His astonishing physical strength began to spread after that, and as he resisted with all his might, he swayed the saber without hesitation, directing it to the ancient corpse's neck and sweeping it swiftly. A loud boom caused the entire combat grounds to vibrate, and amongst the ancient corpse's disbelief, its skull instantly flew upwards. As it was decapitated, the ancient corpse's body seemed unable to withstand the unbelievably strong force of the Dharmic armament as well, and it broke apart. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he stepped on the falling body of the ancient corpse and leaped into the air, kicking the detached ancient corpse skull forcefully. That kick instantly threw the skull outside the main gate of his zone. With a loud bang, the skull landed, tumbling several times before stopping in front of the gate of the base. Its eyes were still open, and an imposing force still emanated from it. Then, one could see that its eyes were slowly transformed into eternal emptiness. However, in that emptiness, a blurry figure of Wang Baoli was reflected from it as he continued leaping into the air without stopping, charging ferociously towards the other ancient corpse. Everything happened so fast that the live stream viewers from the Federation hadn't even managed to react when Wang Baoli had completed his kill. At the same time, the surrounding beast tide grew visibly unruly and uneasy, as if Wang Baoli's imposing manner made them instinctively unwilling to go near him as they dispersed in all directions. As they dispersed, Wang Baoli picked up speed since there were no longer obstacles in front of him. A bright flash appeared beneath his feet, and if one were to look at him from afar, it seemed as though he was flying. He was off the ground, stepping on a flash of lightning and becoming even more powerful than before. After covering 1,000 feet, he immediately jumped and roared, grabbing hold of the saber with both hands, directing it towards the screaming and fearful second ancient corpse below him, which had refused to back down. Die! Wang Baoli roared. Not only did his Green Lotus Foundation establishment give him a physical strength that far exceeded that of others, but it also gave him the capability to recover at an extremely high rate. That allowed Wang Baoli to withstand the large force from the ancient corpse, and even heal the majority of his injuries in just a few moments. That made Wang Baoli even more confident. He was powerful, while the ancient corpse was gripped with fear, clearly shocked by what it was experiencing. Right now, with these two aspects balancing out, there was no need to guess what resulted from Wang Baoli's act of flailing the saber. With a loud boom being produced, and as Wang Baoli's saber landed, the second ancient corpse was cut into two, its dying scream reverberating in all directions as the two halves of its body fell. As it fell, Wang Baoli also landed, stepping on one half of the ancient corpse. He swept the saber in his right hand, and as the edge of the saber pointed to the ground, The fear experienced by the beasts after witnessing the demise of their two ancient corpse leaders exploded, their fear spreading in all directions. They didn't dare to go near, and this scene was witnessed clearly by all the live stream viewers of the Federation. In a radius of several thousand feet surrounding Wang Baoli, there were no ferocious beasts in sight. That instantly made everyone hold their breaths, frightened. He didn't get possessed, did he? This is Wang Baoli. Amidst the people's shock, loud cheers erupted from Ethereal Dao College after a brief moment of silence. Liu Daobin was extremely agitated, and a countless number of students grew excited. At the same time, Ethereal Dao College's sect lord, as well as the Grand Elder of each pavilion, were moved. They looked at Wang Baoli and nodded their heads approvingly. Through this battle, they knew that Wang Baoli had really matured. Even though Wang Baoli was even more vicious on the moon, not many people were able to witness it then. It was more hearsay and was nothing compared to witnessing it with their own eyes. Slaying the two ancient corpses who had perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivations as a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, this power isn't held by any other Foundation Establishment realm cultivator in the entire Federation. The Ethereal Dao College sect lord laughed heartily, extremely happy and relieved. After all, White Deer Dao College's choice to support Li Yi instead of Wang Baoli was something that he couldn't protest against, and that had already made him unhappy. However, he didn't mention it as he didn't want to create trouble. However, right now, looking at Wang Baoli from his own Dao College showing such capabilities, his smile was even more hearty, and his confidence in Wang Baoli grew several folds. Chapter 356, Heartaches for the Donkey. Chapter 356, Heartaches for the Donkey. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the same time, the scene of Wang Baoli slaying the two ancient corpses who had perfected Foundation Establishment realm cultivations, created a commotion within the other Dao colleges. Of them, White Deer Dao College remained silent, while the sect lords of the Holy River Dao College and White Deer Branch College looked on curiously, with a gut feeling that if Wang Baoli's power continued to grow at such a rate, there could perhaps be a transformation in the future workings of the four Dao colleges. If this chap were to reach core formation realm. As the four Dao colleges remained surprised, other factions of the Federation were experiencing the same feelings too. The people from the Galactic Dusk sect all gnarled their teeth, as the one they hated the most was indeed Wang Baoli. However, there was nothing they could do as their sect lord had been meted the punishment of eternal incarceration for the incident on the moon. They had no choice but to lay low, especially as their sect's powers had weakened significantly. The major figures from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect and 5th-generation Sky Clan were now focusing all their attention on Wang Baoli. In reality, Wang Baoli had already become a prominent figure since the moon incident. But, he had just been a beginner at the Foundation Establishment realm whose future was still uncertain. Now, the tables had turned. As an early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he could already kill countless other Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. When he advanced to mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm, his abilities underwent a boost yet again, and he killed cultivators who had a perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivation. This was significant in the eyes of everyone, since cultivators who had perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivation made up the core of the Federation. After all, there weren't many core formation realm cultivators, and they were extremely important and couldn't be deployed for trivial purposes. Therefore, the people who were supporting the day-to-day operations of the various factions were disciples who didn't have a perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivation. However, Wang Baoli showed that he could actually kill cultivators who had perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivation. His combat capabilities alone were sufficient to make everyone overwhelmed and cause them to take him seriously. Even though there was no lack of capable core formation realm cultivators in those factions, the mood was still solemn. This was because they knew clearly that, right now, Wang Baoli could be considered a talent, though not a divine being. However, if Wang Baoli emerged victorious this time around and became the mayor of the New Mars region, who was fully in charge of the establishment of the Divine Armament Project, or even a primary rank for noble, he would then become divine. To a certain extent, he would have joined the queue to become one of the future successors of the high officials of the Federation. The reason why someone like Li Wana could suppress Shui Xian and be seen as a nuisance to the Zhou family lay not just in her family background, More important was Li Wanna's position and her own capabilities, neither of which could be disregarded. As the various factions, including even the Trilunaris Corporation, reveled in shock, a look of bewilderment appeared in Jin Duoming's eyes. Within the New Mars region, Wang Baoli didn't care about the ferocious beasts escaping in all directions at all. He was instead dragging half of the ancient corpse under the watchful eyes of millions as he made his way back to his base step by step. Along the way, none of the ferocious beasts dared to go near him. When Wang Baoli returned to his base and reached the main gate, he threw that half of the ancient corpse to the side, together with the skull. It was to act as deterrence. Thereafter, Wang Baoli entered his base. The moment he was inside, he hurriedly sat down, quickly taking out bags of snacks and munching on them, his face pale. "I'm so hungry I'm about to faint. Why does unleashing all my physical strength make me so hungry? Or is it because of the recovery?" Wang Baoli didn't think much about it as he ate hungrily. However, the more he ate, the hungrier he became, and that drove him crazy. The arrogant and imposing front that he had presented had completely vanished in the face of his extreme hunger. In the end, even after eating an astonishing amount, Wang Baoli was only barely satiated. He raised his head to look at the donkey galloping towards him from afar. In the past, when he looked at the donkey, he only felt annoyed and irritated. However, it seemed to be different right now. Its fur is very shiny, which means that it has quite a lot of fat. Its limbs are very well developed as well, and its shank looks to be of good quality. If I were to barbecue it together with its fat, it would definitely taste great. There are also 4 hoofs that I could boil soup with. The donkey's ears are edible as well, and its head, it's also filled with meat. Upon seeing the donkey, these thoughts arose uncontrollably in Wang Baoli's mind, and he quickly sized the donkey up. However, Wang Baoli's gaze instantly made the donkey freeze in shock, its eyes revealing how frightened it was. It quickly retreated in fear, as if it had sensed an indescribable feeling that something sinister was about to happen. It was already extremely cautious and didn't let any ferocious beasts barge in. After all, Wang Baoli had attracted almost the entire beast tide previously. Even if there were a few lone ferocious beasts that came near, the donkey was almost at Foundation establishment stage itself, and its speed wasn't far behind Wang Baoli's. With a little effort, the donkey had managed to control the situation. Therefore, upon noticing Wang Baoli's return, the donkey had wanted to go to him for a reward for its hard work. After seeing Wang Baoli taking out his snacks, it grew more agitated as it picked up speed. However, at that moment, Wang Baoli's gaze made it tremble with fear as it hurriedly retreated back to the city walls, sneering as a show of how ferocious it was. However, it still felt insufficient, as it nervously ran, picking up 7 half-eaten ferocious beast corpses and placing them in Wang Baoli's line of sight. Its idea was simple. It wanted to show how ferocious it was, and to convey the message that it had been obedient in preventing the entry of the 7 ferocious beasts. However, after realizing that Wang Baoli's gaze remained the same, the donkey was so nervous that it was on the brink of tears as it gritted its teeth, dashing out of the base while screaming. Wang Baoli was taken aback, thinking that the donkey had grown its wit and guessed his intention. Therefore, he raised his head and looked towards the donkey. He immediately saw the donkey barging into the crowd of beasts, biting every single beast it saw. It looked vicious, impressive, and extremely capable, and even turned its head to look at Wang Baoli occasionally. That scene was also watched by the live stream viewers from the Federation. They all turned from a state of shock to a state of bewilderment as they watched in a blur. At that moment, they all felt that the person they were looking at was the Wang Baoli they were familiar with. At the same time, they empathized with the donkey's actions. My heart aches for the little donkey. I bet that, in less than 3 years, the donkey would be killed and eaten by Wang Baoli. As the crowd discussed amongst themselves, Wang Baoli continued munching on his snacks before satisfyingly patting his stomach. He then commanded the donkey, who was weaving within the beasts, to go over to him. Come back now. Don't think that I'm unaware that you're trying to get in their good books by telling them that you're one of them. The donkey's ears stood upright. When it heard Wang Baoli's command, it was shocked as it felt a little guilty. It also felt that Wang Baoli was an extremely unpredictable person. Therefore, it gave up on the thought of escaping. After noticing that Wang Baoli seemed to have satiated his hunger, it hurriedly ran back. On the battleground right now, two distinct scenarios were playing out. On Wang Baoli's side, there was almost no beast tide, while in the other zones, ferocious beasts were overflowing. Even though they copied Wang Baoli and slew the ancient corpses, none of them could do it alone. A few of them had to work with each other. With Wang Baoli having made the first attack, the ferocious beasts, though still shocked, were clearly more afraid of Wang Baoli. However, the fourth beast tide still passed eventually. The consequences were huge, and with the exception of Wang Baoli, none of the remaining 7 candidates could withstand the impact. As the beast tide subsided, they were also sent away and eliminated. At the instant the beast tide dissipated, Wang Baoli quickly took action, releasing thousands of puppets as they charged towards the zones left behind by those eliminated. In reality, he had been eyeing those zones for a long time, and under his command, the thousands of puppets went forward like lunatics and began dismantling and moving the items. The other factions didn't stand and watch either as they also took action, snatching the items. After all, after experiencing the battle, they were all tired, having exhausted many of their human resources, which made them lose out compared to the thousands of professional puppets. Therefore, with everyone snatching the items, Wang Baoli still managed to obtain the majority of the share. After bringing the resources back, a look of anticipation appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes, as he once again began the process of constructing his perfect eternal fortress according to his blueprint. Very quickly, with the ample resources that he had obtained, his base had become a huge rectangular block when seen from afar. This block enveloped Wang Baoli's base, such that outsiders couldn't see its interior. They could only see the golden exterior of the structure made by different pieces of material. They were like a colorful collage and were made of good quality materials, which made them extremely sturdy. At the same time, within the huge block, sounds of construction emerged continuously, which piqued the curiosity of the live stream viewers from the Federation. What is it that Wang Baoli is trying to construct? I understand now. Each successive round of this assessment is tougher than the last. It's too difficult to persevere until the end. It is likely that the final assessment would no longer test the cultivators and their combat capabilities, but the quality and power of the bases they have each constructed. Chapter 357, Withdraw. Chapter 357. Withdraw. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was confident about the prowess of his eternal fortress. That was also where he pinned his hopes on for this assessment. He felt that the other strongholds that the others had made were weak, while his was the only formidable one. It was this thought that spurred him to participate and persevere until now, despite knowing that he didn't have the support of any faction. Now, to a certain extent, he was no longer someone who was empty-handed and falling behind others. As a result of individual wins and losses, he had already swiftly closed the gap between him and the others. This is known as using a battle to feed the next. Wang Baoli thought arrogantly as his confidence in eventually emerging victorious and becoming the mayor of the new Mars region grew. He felt that he had a good chance, and he looked at the other zones with greed in his eyes. The factions supporting the two candidates Kong Dao and Li Yi had provided each of them with an exaggerated amount of resources. The resources were so abundant that Wang Baoli felt that they must have been loaded. As for the other candidates, they were visibly less well off. There were even 2 candidates who had suffered significant losses and were now struggling to make ends meet. However, Wang Baoli had his own difficulties as well. He faced a problem in never having enough resources. He made a rough estimation and concluded that in order to perfectly create his eternal fortress, he needed to own 2 or 3 families' worth of resources by himself. That, however, didn't seem very practical or possible, as once someone was eliminated, people would definitely jump in to get a share of their resources. Forget it. I'll go according to the original plan to fight. Even if I can't possess everything by myself, whatever they take away would still belong to me eventually. Wang Baoli was in good spirits as he looked at the thousands of puppets who were busy at work, thinking about how he wouldn't have to fight so hard for the next beast tide. His stronghold was imperfect now, but it would definitely be ready for combat by the time the next beast tide arrived. I feel good. Wang Baoli patted his stomach and was about to snack when suddenly, in the divine armament catacombs outside, a loud boom emerged. The noise was louder than what was heard before. That surprised all the candidates, including Wang Baoli. After all, according to the previous intervals, at least an hour would be given for everyone to recuperate from the previous beast tide. However, right now, it was barely half an hour since the fourth beast tide had passed, yet the fifth wave was beginning. Was the tempo increased, or was it because we spent too much time during the fourth wave? Wang Baoli took a deep breath and leaped up immediately onto the city walls. He hurriedly took a look, and what he saw frightened him. In reality, not only Wang Baoli was taken aback. The other candidates also responded similarly. They breathed rapidly, a torrent of emotions crashing in their hearts. Not only had the present beast tide arrived sooner, but there were also 10 death beasts with cultivations on the level of early-stage core formation realm in the crowd. They were in various sizes, and all looked distinct from each other. However, what was common was that a black flame was present in their eyes that seemed to be capable of burning anything and everything. The black flame caused the area around them to warp. The ripples produced by the core formation realm beasts were very distinct as they spread in all directions. Behind them were more than 100 giant corpses similar to the ones Wang Baoli had slain previously. The smell of rotting flesh emanated in all directions, inducing one to puke while freezing them in fear. There were also numerous combat vehicles and birds that were flying in the sky, screaming shrilly. That scene made Wang Baoli, the other candidates, and even the live stream viewers form the Federation freeze with fear, and noisy discussions erupted. What a huge leap in difficulty! How are they supposed to resist it? Gosh, there are actually such frightening ferocious beasts on Mars. What level of cultivation do they have? As the people from the Federation erupted in commotion, Wang Baoli and the rest of the people in the new Mars region looked extremely solemn. Without hesitation, Li Yi and Kong Dao gave up on trying to tidy up. They disregarded the consequences and turned their efforts to build the best defenses instead, as they knew clearly that this current beast tide would very likely lead to the elimination of several candidates. Right now, there were only 7 candidates remaining. Just as everyone was locked in a state of seriousness, and Wang Baoli was breathing rapidly, a ferocious beast in the form of a giant winged bear, that seemed to be rotting on the exterior, yet equipped with the combat power of a core formation realm cultivator, suddenly flew into the sky at high speed. Even before anyone could react, it crashed into the zone belonging to one of the candidates like a shooting star. Everything happened very quickly. That candidate and his servants were still in the midst of tidying up. They had just managed to activate the array formation in their zone, but were a step too late. As the ferocious beast with core formation realm combat powers charged into the grounds, loud booms and painful screams instantly erupted. The candidate was shocked and dismayed at the crisis that struck. He immediately crushed his jade slip and escaped, but his servants were too slow, as even though they also chose to run away, they didn't have the teleportation jade slip and therefore suffered severe injuries and deaths. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The fifth beast tide had just arrived but had already eliminated one candidate. That gripped all the remaining candidates with fear, and even Wang Baoli grew nervous. He saw how scary the current beast tide was, and knew clearly that he had underestimated the beast tide this time around. If he had half an hour more, his stronghold would be equipped with greater levels of power, but it was a fact that the current wave had come earlier than expected, and that made Wang Baoli extremely troubled. The stronghold still isn't ready. It would likely fail in resisting the beasts even if I were to use it to go against them now. Furthermore, if it suffers any damage, that would mean that I would be handed an early ticket to elimination. A glow flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes as he looked at the catacombs outside. There was an uncountable number of beasts in the beast tide, charging towards him under the lead of a rotting corpse with core formation realm cultivation that looked like a giant monitor lizard. They created an imposing bluster, and it could easily be imagined that upon impact, the incomplete stronghold of his would definitely be destroyed. Darn it! This is forcing me to use my trump card. Wang Baoli was furious. After handing some matters over to the little donkey, he leaped into the air and went outside. His dharmic armament appeared instantly, and he grabbed it tightly in his hands. Just like he had resisted the previous beast tide, he leaped over the walls and charged out. The difference was that in the last wave, his opponents had a cultivation similar to someone who had a perfect foundation establishment realm cultivation. Right now, however, his opponents had the combat powers of a core formation cultivator. The difference between the two groups was too significant. Everything that was happening instantly made the crowd from the Federation, the people from Mars, and even the various factions, freeze in shock. As they looked at the extremely brave Wang Baoli, they were flabbergasted. This Wang Baoli isn't out of his mind, is he? I thought that he was smart. Isn't this courting death? Is he trying to throw his life away? Even Li Yi, Kong Dao, and the others had noticed Wang Baoli, who seemed to be fearless of death. They were all dumbfounded, but also instinctively felt that something was amiss. However, they didn't have the time to care about Wang Baoli's survival. The ferocious beasts in the fifth wave were much more ferocious than before, and as they advanced in their attacks, they were going head-on against the various zones. Instantly, a loud boom reverberated in all directions, and every single zone suffered significant damages. As they put in all their effort in their resistance, the army of beasts charging towards Wang Baoli, who were under the lead of the giant rotting monitor lizard, neared. The ground was shaking, and they were now less than 10,000 feet away from the walls of Wang Baoli's zone. At the same time, Wang Baoli also neared them at high speed. Looking from a distance, Wang Baoli was a lone ranger against a sea-like beast tide. The forces involved were frightening, and the two sides appeared as if they were about to collide with each other. Numerous live stream viewers from the Federation couldn't bear to watch Wang Baoli die before their own eyes. No matter how powerful Wang Baoli had been previously, he was, after all, merely a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. However, just as the beast tide neared and the rotting giant monitor lizard arrived head-on, Wang Baoli suddenly stopped in his advance, standing there and raising his dharmic armament. He roared with a low voice, "Withdraw." The moment he spoke, the heaven and earth transformed, and the clouds circled in reverse. An indescribable aura arrived imposingly, forming a frightening force. It was difficult to describe the range of the aura's effects. However, at that moment, the beasts in the beast tide in front of Wang Baoli all let out painful cries and retreated, as if they had met with a frightening existence. They were moving at high speeds previously, and now, as they retreated, they collided with each other, forming a mess. That was especially so for the arrogantly approaching rotting giant monitor lizard. Instinctively, it felt a sense of danger it had never experienced before. However, everything happened so fast that it wasn't only unable to retreat, but its body was also twisted as it rapidly leaped over to the other side. It chose to fall to the ground with a loud thud instead of further approaching Wang Baoli. Even after landing heavily on the ground, it still scrambled to retreat with fear. This ridiculous and unimaginable scene made the live stream viewers from the Federation hold their breath. They fell silent. Chapter 358, Deterrence. Chapter 358, Deterrence. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Through the footages from the live stream, everything was simply too frightening. On the spirit screen, Wang Baoli was standing alone in front of the beast tide. He merely bellowed, and instantly, all the ferocious beasts were like frightened, obedient puppies, retreating with fear and tumbling into a mess. That scene instantly took all the viewers watching the live stream through the spirit screen by surprise. The other candidates and their servants in the new Mars region felt everything even more distinctively, as a frightening vibe erupted. That feeling spread only a small area but was sufficient to cause everyone's mind to buzz, and their hearts to be filled with fear. What's going on? Wang Baoli. What? What did he do? How is that possible? This irritating fatty merely gave a command to withdraw, and that managed to make all the ferocious beasts so fearful. All the candidates and their servants were taken aback, and they looked at Wang Baoli with disbelief and fear. That was especially so for Kong Dao and Li Yi. What trick is Wang Baoli playing? Li Yi was suspicious, while Kong Dao's gaze constricted. He was born in the ferocious beast sea and had a mysterious beginning. His instincts were sharper than other people, and that made him feel everything even more strongly. This frightening force comes from the galactic firmament. Kong Dao inhaled deeply. In his eyes, an additional layer of mystery was now shrouding Wang Baoli. Additionally, the ferocious beasts in the other areas felt the frightening vibe. They were now running away at high speed in fear, distancing themselves from Wang Baoli with all their might. Everything that happened created chaos on the battlegrounds, and at the same time, it also made Wang Baoli's prowess even more prominent. Wang Baoli looked calm, as if everything to him was as simple and straightforward as blowing a puff of air. Now, as his gaze swept in all directions, he slowly raised his head, looking towards the firmament while carrying a look of steadiness in his eyes. He looked like a formidable expert. Even though he was a little fat, his looks weren't bad. In terms of his ability to scare, he could make everyone frightened and unable to see through his tricks. However, in reality, Wang Baoli was delighted and feeling full of himself. He was left without a choice previously and decided to silently chant the Tao Sutra in his heart. Wang Baoli wasn't afraid of the suspicions that came with the arrival of this frightening vibe. During the preparation process, which took place even before he entered the assessment, he had already anticipated that this would happen. He evaluated the trade-offs and eventually concluded that if he was really left without any other choices, he would have to be determined. There was still dignity in his heart. After all, there was a saying in the high officials' autobiographies that when something was known only by a small portion of people, it could be considered a secret. Right now, it seemed as if he was living in darkness. Everyone who found out about the secret in this darkness would instinctively become greedy and would vie over it. However, if everyone came to know of this matter, it would no longer be a secret. Instead, it would be exposed like the people standing under the sun. As there was greed, there would be inevitable acts by people to contain and restrict each other. That would actually be the safest outcome. That was unless everyone who was greedy congregated together. However, right now, with the new Mars region being watched through live stream by the entire Federation, it was impossible for the greedy people to reach a consensus and join forces. Therefore, Wang Baoli knew very well that as long as the regulations of the Federation remained in place, and as long as it wasn't chaos right now, then the theories about secrets as outlined in the high officials' autobiographies would hold. After all, the Spirit Inception era had just begun, and no one would dare say that they didn't have secrets and unique opportunities. If not, why was it that some people managed to become core formation cultivators, while some still remained as true breath realm cultivators amongst the innumerable crowd? All these are related to one's capabilities. Similarly, it was also related to one's fate. At the same time, amongst the live stream viewers from the Federation, the major figures from the Federation, including the Martian colony governor, all of them narrowed their eyes. Thoughts ran through their heads when the giant tree suddenly tightened its fists. No one could see through what was happening, but he was reminded of an incident in Coulomb Basin, and that made him grit his teeth. He knew that Wang Baoli was pretending again, and a glow immediately flashed across his eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to speak up about it, leveraging on this incident to make Wang Baoli a hated individual, and at the same time, making himself the subject of jealousy and fear. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, he frowned slightly and thought about it. He merely cursed Wang Baoli for being sly under his breath, and helplessly gave up the thought of causing a ripple effect. The giant tree was the only one who knew those thoughts. It was without question that the others had no idea what he was thinking about, but at this moment, numerous major figures of the Federation looked bizarrely at Wang Baoli through the spirit screen. They were all clear that Wang Baoli must be holding onto some sort of special tool. Amongst them, there were some whose first thought was to find out what that unique tool was. However, they soon hesitated. Wang Baoli was gradually becoming more powerful and would become a primary rank 4 noble once he successfully became the mayor of the new Mars region, which would make him a high official of the Federation. To a certain extent, as the zone he would be in control of was a critical area, he would hold a power similar to those who were primary rank 3 nobles. Even if Wang Baoli didn't become the mayor of the new Mars region eventually, the thought of revealing his secrets in public still made those who carried the intent hesitate. After all, no one who achieved their current position was a fool. Even if they were momentarily consumed by ridiculous thoughts, they soon got a grip of themselves. The reality was that there was an entirely different meaning to finding out the secret through one's own effort and revealing everything in public. Everyone wanted to be in possession of the secret, and that made it difficult for everyone to join forces. The matter should never be exposed, even if a consensus was reached, or if there was an agreement for someone to act. Otherwise, it would become an indelible mark if people from the Federation were to know about it. This was a matter that people of higher status, cultivation, and dreams should never get themselves involved in. Furthermore, Wang Baoli had quite a background. To a certain extent, it could be said that once he became the mayor of the new Mars region, those who had the intention to risk it would have no choice but to give up on their plans. In reality, Wang Baoli also knew well that he was taking a risk this time around. However, through his evaluation, he concluded that nothing was certain in life. Therefore, there was no harm to risk it during certain crucial turning points in life. If I win, I would have made a giant leap towards becoming the mayor of the new Mars region. If I lose, I will just quietly return to the Tao College and suck up to the Grand Supreme Elder. On the battleground, Wang Baoli lifted his head and looked in all directions. He felt for his storage bag, which contained 3 sculptures that he had created. One was of the Federation President Duan Muke, the other was the Grand Supreme Elder, while the last was that of the Martian colony governor. That was the escape route he had thought for himself. If anyone were to ask him about what happened today, he would showcase the 3 sculptures, and say an obvious but irrefutable lie. Whatever I, Wang Baoli, do, will be foolproof. Wang Baoli was delighted as he felt the frightening vibe that he had attracted slowly dissipating. He was more than accustomed to that feeling. As he thought about how he had only bellowed out 2 words but could result in such a strong and frightening force erupting, Wang Baoli felt that with a simple snap of his fingers, the capabilities he exhibited were to be feared. He didn't care much about the nagging feeling that seemed to be waking him up somewhere in the depths of the cosmos. However, if I use this trick too many times, would it really awaken? Wang Baoli, who was in a state of delight, suddenly harbored this thought. He got a shock, but when he thought of little Missy, who was always accurate and truthful in her words telling him that everything was fake, he slightly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still fearful and planned to confirm the theory with little Missy after the assessment concluded. Otherwise, every time I chant the sutra, it would be like slapping an asleep person before running away, then returning to slap them again. The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more nervous he grew, and he decided not to ponder over the matter anymore. Right now, as he watched the beast tide shunning away from his territory and approaching the zones belonging to the other candidates, Wang Baoli felt that he was safe. He kept his dharmic armament, and calmly and arrogantly walked back to his base, his hands behind his back. The moment he returned, he immediately activated some of his puppets and directed them towards the bases of the eliminated candidates, furiously tearing down and moving their belongings as others watched on. At the same time, Li Yi's shock was slowly transformed into hatred as the beast tide arrived, and as she watched Wang Baoli shamelessly tearing down everything. However, she was helpless and could only try to resist with all her might. The beast tide this time, however, was extremely powerful. Very soon, the base of one candidate was destroyed, and he had no choice but to crush the jade slip and get transported away. Wang Baoli grew agitated as he witnessed what happened. He activated some puppets again to continue the process of tearing down and transporting the resources. In order to prevent the beast tide from interrupting the puppets, Wang Baoli gave his all and made his way there personally, while chanting the Tao Sutra. Just like this, the entire process was extremely smooth. As others resisted the beasts while cursing under their breaths, Wang Baoli successfully emptied 2 bases and began to construct his own base furiously. Until now, there were only half of the original 10 candidates left resisting the beast tide. Amongst them, other than Li Yi, Kong Dao, and Wang Baoli, the remaining 2 were finding it hard to withstand it. Eventually, one of them could no longer hold on, and even before Wang Baoli could send his puppets to the base, and even before the current beast tide ended, the 6th beast tide suddenly began. In the loud boom, within the divine armament catacombs, more ferocious beasts emerged, covering a larger area than before as they roared. It was at this moment that Wang Baoli had finally gotten sufficient resources to construct the stronghold that was suitable for combat. As loud clanging noises reverberated within the base, this gigantic block-like stronghold suddenly let out loud booms. It was in operation. Wang Baoli was revitalized. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the incoming beast tide in the distance. Eternal Fortress, suppress them. Chapter 359, The Eternal Fortress Reigns. Chapter 359, The Eternal Fortress Reigns. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The moment Wang Baoli spoke, all the live stream viewers from the Federation were taken aback. That was because, at that moment, The base that Wang Baoli had constructed in the form of a gigantic block suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. The block seemed to have been cut horizontally into layers. However, taking a closer look, perhaps it was already constructed layer by layer, just that it wasn't the focus of people's attention, its overall appearance making one think that it was a solid block. With the appearance of the layers, it could be seen that the topmost layer was like a cover that was being lifted backwards. Looking at it from afar, the block seemed to have become a book, and the layer that was lifted was its cover. This was the essence of Wang Baoli's design, the unique feature of the Eternal Fortress. What he had constructed was indeed a book. With the cover of the book lifted, the first page was revealed. At that instant, everyone from the Federation who was watching the live stream realized, surprisingly, that it wasn't words that had appeared on the first page, but rather rows of Baoli cannons. At one glance, the first page of the zone's stronghold, which was in the form of a book, was covered densely by 1,000 Baoli cannons. Right now, as they all came into view at once, a shockingly loud boom was produced. As the noise reverberated, light rays instantly appeared above Wang Baoli, as if they were occupying the sky, towards the incoming beast tide that was roaring as they approached. The frightening loud boom instantly shook the heavens and earth, and as the Baoli cannons fired all at once, the ground appeared to be on the brink of cracking apart. The cries of the countless ferocious beasts were instantly drowned out as their bodies were visibly pierced and broken apart. As their flesh and blood splattered in all directions, an invisible big hand seemed to have descended from the skies, crushing everything and destroying them. The loud noise frightened the other candidates in the other zones most, resulting in a sense of fear gripping them just as they were in the process of resisting the beast tide. They couldn't help but look towards Wang Baoli. Even before they could react, the Baoli cannons fired in unison for the second and third time. The noise was even louder, the power even stronger, and the level of lethality was increased significantly. Whatever was happening made everyone from the Federation who was watching the live stream hold their breaths, as the force by which Wang Baoli's stronghold had erupted was beyond their wildest imagination. However, the military, as well as those who were familiar with the Baoli cannon, knew that even though the force of the collective firing was large, and could, to a certain extent, last longer than the fire god cannons, it was nowhere near being limitless. Resources were secondary. What was more important was that every time the Baoli cannons were fired, damage would occur. Therefore, other than having to prepare more Baoli cannons, more maintenance specialists had to be hired as well. Even though they saw the 1,000 puppets from Wang Baoli, they still felt that it was a challenging task. Li Yi and Kong Dao quickly calmed down from their shock, having reached the same conclusion. He's just acting tough and won't last. Li Yi sneered, seeing that after the sixth firing, the Baoli cannons were already glowing red. She laughed, and was about to watch Wang Baoli make a fool of himself, but at that moment, Wang Baoli, who was standing just beside his stronghold, revealed a glow in his eyes. He knew that whether his Eternal Fortress had been appropriately named would depend on his following decisions, and on whether the processes of construction and continual perfection would succeed. It has been proven theoretically many times. Now, it's time to see whether it actually works. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, and raised his right hand seals, pointing towards the stronghold as he fully activated the stronghold so that it was up and running. Turn the pages. The moment he spoke, the seals were activated. Instantly, the book-like stronghold vibrated, and the first page of it, which was filled with 1,000 Baoli cannons, was swiftly lifted as if it was really a page of a book. After turning over, it landed, revealing the second page. On the second page, another 1,000 Baoli cannons were revealed. They fired in unison again, creating a loud bang that continued to shock the heavens and earth. Soon, the second page was lifted, revealing the third, fourth, and fifth page. Every page until the 11th page was filled with 1,000 Baoli cannons. Every time the cannons appeared, they fired in unison, in an astonishing force that covered a large area. Immediately, a huge contrast was seen between Wang Baoli and the other resisting candidates on the battleground. It was clear that even if the other candidates fired in unison, they still needed to pause and recuperate. However, for Wang Baoli, from the beginning until now, he had already fired the cannons in unison over 70 times, but still showed no signs of stopping. He even gave people the impression that he could fire the cannons continuously. That was especially so as the beast tide in front of Wang Baoli was on the brink of collapse. In their horror and fear, the ferocious beasts dared not near the area around Wang Baoli's zone, and could only dash towards other areas. That compounded the pressure on the other candidates, as if applying salt on a wound. The contrast and the deafening sound produced from the unison firing instantly shocked the people from the Federation. Gasps of shock could be heard coming continuously from the households, and even the military was taken aback. The governor from Martian colony was also surprised. Every page is filled with thousands of Baoli cannons. This is already the 11th page. How could he possess so many Baoli cannons? That's over 10,000 of them. Even though he was the creator of the Baoli cannon, it still requires an unimaginable amount of resources to construct them. That was definitely out of reach for a mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Something's not right. Look, of the Baoli cannons that appeared in the later pages, many of them have been used before. I remember one of them was damaged on the exterior cover, and it appeared again on the 3rd page. I understand now. There aren't 10,000 Baoli cannons. In reality, there could only be just over 2,000 of them. They were all made and reconstructed from whatever Wang Baoli ravaged from the other candidates. The real mystery lay in the stronghold. Every time a page is flipped, a process of repair and reconstruction occurs. His stronghold must definitely harness a formidable ability to restore the Baoli cannons, such that it's instant, allowing the Baoli cannons to reappear with every page that's flipped so that they can be continuously reused. As more people gained a brief insight as to what was going on, they grew even more shocked than before. The design of Wang Baoli's stronghold evoked strong emotions in them. To them, the essence of the design lay in the ability to repair and reconstruct swiftly. This way, it could allow the stronghold to fire the cannons in unison, in a seemingly unlimited fashion, as long as there were sufficient resources. The giant tree stayed silent as it watched the book turn onto its 15th page, but still not show any signs of stopping. He sighed as he looked at the stronghold that was in the process of unison firing, as well as the exhilarated Wang Baoli. This was indeed something he had never imagined. Even though he saw the blueprint previously, he never thought that it would come to fruition. As for the Martian colony governor standing on the side, a bizarre look appeared on her face, as she spoke softly in a low voice. So, this is the Eternal Fortress. It does live up to its name. However, I am curious to know whether there are other surprising features of this Eternal Fortress. After thinking about it, the Martian colony governor immediately activated her hand seals and the Great Martian Array formation. Seeing that he had the capability to resist the current beast tide, Wang Baoli was delighted. He had even set his eyes on the other candidates, waiting for the moment when they could no longer hold on, which was when he would ravage their territories. The thought had just popped into his head, and his delight hadn't even coursed through all the veins in his body when a loud boom emerged from the divine armament catacombs once again. The 7th beast tide had begun, more powerful than before as it involved even more beasts. That made one of the candidates, who was already having difficulties resisting the beast tide, curl under the immense pressure and choose to give up immediately. That candidate was from the Senate. Even though the candidate felt indignant, he was helpless. After his elimination, there were only 3 candidates left. They were Wang Baoli, Kong Dao, and Li Yi. It could be said that the moment that determined who the losers and winners were had suddenly arrived. That caused Wang Baoli's eyes to widen immediately. So sudden. Why do I feel that it is being done on purpose? Wang Baoli took a deep breath, especially after noticing that in the 7th beast tide, a 200-foot tall giant had appeared, one that looked without care or concern for his Baoli cannons. He was like a piece of armor, resisting the Baoli cannons, leading the large beast crowd as it charged at high speed towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli shuddered, hyperventilating at what he saw. Second transformation of the Eternal Fortress. With crisis looming, Wang Baoli roared, activating his hand seals yet again. Chapter 360, Food. Chapter 360, Food. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As Wang Baoli controlled the Eternal Fortress, there were several extremely tall giants outside the stronghold resisting the Baoli cannons that were firing in unison. They roared as they approached swiftly. They were huge, and their stride was shocking. Within the time of a few breaths, they were already less than 1,000 feet from Wang Baoli. However, a price was paid. One giant's body burst apart due to the continuous firing of the Baoli cannons. Despite that, the beast tide was still brought near. Looking from afar, Li Yi and Kong Dao were struggling hard to resist, and as for Wang Baoli's stronghold, it seemed as if the current-like beast tide was about to submerge their bases at any moment. At that instant, when the beast tide neared, the ground outside the Eternal Fortress shook, and a golden wall was erected. That wall was part of the Eternal Fortress. When it appeared, it blocked the advance of the beast tide. Leveraging on the time obtained, the Baoli cannons continued firing in unison, causing significant damage to the beast tide. However, it seemed that the golden wall was still insufficient, as it broke apart after blocking the beasts for a few moments. As the beast tide neared once again, which was the instant the stronghold wall broke apart, the broken wall suddenly shrunk, and the second wall was erected, continuing in the blockade. Just like that, the stronghold wall seemed to rise and fall continuously without limits. It cycled between shrinking and erecting, and that directly delayed and blocked the frightening beast tide out. Coupled with the firing of Baoli cannons, the number of casualties in the beast tide increased endlessly. It worked based on the same principle as the Baoli cannons were repaired and reconstructed. That was also the essence of Wang Baoli's Eternal Fortress. At the same time, it was the most challenging problem he had to overcome during the lengthy planning process. That was to say that the ability to self-repair, rather than requiring 1,000 puppets to take part in the repair and construction process, required turning the Eternal Fortress itself into a gigantic construction puppet instead. The Martian colony governor smiled and nodded approvingly as she watched on. The curiosity in her eyes also grew stronger. Eternal Fortress. As she muttered softly, the live stream viewers from the Federation were long frozen in surprise due to the seemingly endless transformations of the Eternal Fortress. Wang Baoli was extremely agitated as well as he watched his Eternal Fortress blocking the beast tide. In his exhilaration, he immediately activated his hand seals, and instantly, the book pages behind him flipped at an even faster rate. Every time a page was flipped, a force erupted. They weren't all from the Baoli cannons, as there were other dharmic artifacts like the Fire God Cannon which he dismantled from others. They may be torn and tattered, but it mattered little to Wang Baoli now. They were activated at full force, and instantly, the loud boom that resulted shook Mars as it reverberated in between heaven and earth. Wang Baoli forcefully resisted the 6th and 7th beast tide, and that was the same for Kong Dao and Li Yi. Even though the two of them were well equipped with resources, it was still a challenging battle. After all, the number of beasts that would appear with each beast tide wouldn't lessen with fewer candidates as the elimination process continued. In reality, the further the battle went, the more challenging it became. What Wang Baoli and the two of them had to confront was the pressure from the beast tide that was to be shared by 10 candidates. Therefore, even though their respective strongholds had been completed, they could only barely save themselves and try to drag the time. They all understood that there wasn't an obligation to eliminate the beast tides. Rather, their goal was to resist for a longer time than the other candidates, until the other 2 candidates were eliminated. The one that remained would naturally be the winner. The idea was good, and the strategy was succeeding. However, in this intense battleground, no one noticed that, beside the divine armament catacombs, a little boy had appeared silently, for an unknown period of time. The little boy had all his limbs, but his body was like an illusion, invisible to everyone. The live stream viewers from the Federation and the Federation elites hadn't noticed the existence of the little boy. He was standing there, looking extremely solemn as a strong death vibe emanated from his body. His gaze was cold and ruthless, as he first looked at Li Yi, sweeping his gaze on Li Yi's array formation stronghold, before looking at Kong Dao, and finally at Wang Baoli. However, when he looked at Wang Baoli, it sensed the donkey that was hiding in the stronghold. The originally expressionless little boy moved and seemed to be gritting his teeth. After pondering about it, he seemed to be analyzing the situation, before sighing under his breath and charging towards Kong Dao. As he charged towards Kong Dao, he didn't realize that the donkey, who was originally gnawing on a chicken bone happily in the Eternal Fortress, had suddenly raised its head. Its ears perked upright, and it widened its eyes, looking in the direction of Kong Dao's stronghold. The bone in its mouth fell to the floor, along with its unstoppable flow of saliva. The donkey even disregarded the chicken bone, which it loved and couldn't bear to eat. A green glow shone from its eyes, as if it was extremely excited and agitated. However, it was afraid of frightening the delicious food away like it did last time. Therefore, after thinking about it, the scent of its body gradually disappeared. Like a chameleon, it blended into its surroundings, before moving slowly, leaving the eternal fortress and going into hiding. Right now, the little boy was moving at an extremely fast speed, disregarding the beast tide as well as Kong Dao's stronghold as he burrowed into it without hesitation. When he saw cultivators, he passed through them immediately. In that instant, the cultivators he passed through trembled before collapsing. He was smart and didn't massacre everyone without thought. Rather, he stood at a crucial position and carried out his killings in the stronghold, and that made him more dangerous. Very soon, the people from the Federation watched as Kong Dao's stronghold, which was originally in the process of resistance, gradually seemed to fail, its protective shield breaking apart. Kong Dao was shocked as he hurriedly inspected the situation. He looked awful, having heard the news that there were many of his cultivators standing on guard at crucial locations dying off mysteriously. That was especially so the moment he neared and saw a corpse with his own eyes. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He understood that amongst the beast tide, there were a few frightening, spirit-like existences. Of the people that died, there were 2 who had similar cultivation levels as Kong Dao. However, in reality, they were the backups sent by Du and Muke, and they both had combat capabilities that didn't fall far behind that of Kong Dao's. Most importantly, the 2 of them had trump cards that, once used, would delay time, with the trade-off being one's life. However, neither of them had the chance to use the trump card before they suddenly died. Furthermore, it seemed like both of them had been killed by a single attack, and that made Kong Dao worried. The stronghold was destroyed at this crucial juncture and not during other less important situations. It was a critical moment in the resistance of the beast tide, and as a result of this, Kong Dao's stronghold broke apart. Kong Dao, who looked miserable knowing that he had lost his chance of winning, was indignant but also helpless at reversing the situation. On the other hand, he had a strong sense that something sinister would happen. Instinctively, he told himself that if he continued to stay, he wouldn't be able to avoid the crisis. Therefore, just as the sense of danger grew stronger, he broke the jade slip without hesitation and was instantly teleported away. The moment he left, the little boy neared at a fast speed, passing directly through Kong Dao's blurry figure, but he still ended up empty-handed. Seeing that someone had escaped, the little boy seemed troubled. Looking at the broken stronghold and the beast tide roaring in all directions, he tilted his head and gazed at Li Yi, who was still persevering, before glancing at Wang Baoli. He was just about to go towards Li Yi when he stopped in his tracks, looking at Wang Baoli once again. In his eyes, Wang Baoli was now standing on the stronghold wall, continuously activating his hand seals and controlling the stronghold to attack the beast tide. The other creature whom he hated, and who was standing nearby, had suddenly disappeared. After the little boy thought about it, a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he felt that the grudges between him and the beasts were too deep, and he didn't want to face it at the moment. He planned to kill the fatty first, as interest. With that thought, the little boy looked even more ruthless, and he changed his direction away from Li Yi and towards Wang Baoli at high speed. He passed by numerous ferocious beasts on the battleground and neared Wang Baoli. Right now, Wang Baoli was taken aback as he watched Kong Dao's stronghold being destroyed, and noticed his departure. That made him bewildered, as according to his previous judgment, even though it was challenging for him to resist the beast tide even with ample resources, he wouldn't cave in so quickly. This Kong Dao. What happened? As Wang Baoli grew alert, he turned to look at the eternal fortress that was still launching attacks, thinking about whether to activate his trump card. Only the initial stages of the eternal fortress construction were completed, and the usage of the trump card would affect the construction process, but if it was a crucial juncture, he couldn't care too much and could only activate it. Just as Wang Baoli came to a decision while being alert, the fire in his body uncontrollably shook. Wang Baoli was shocked, as, on his right, the little boy's figure neared at an astonishing speed, and was about to pass through him. However, there was another figure charging towards the little boy at an even faster speed. It seemed to have laid low for a long time, and at that instant, carrying its exhilaration and mania, it erupted out excitedly. Sun. Chapter 361, A Grudge That Would Last Centuries. Chapter 361, A Grudge That Would Last Centuries. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The donkey had learned its lesson and grown smarter. Perhaps it had finally understood the darkness and evils present in this world after Wang Baoli's repeated thrashings and scoldings. It had no choice but to shed its original naivety and learn to be cunning. It learned to conceal itself, to sneak up on others, to wait patiently for the perfect ambush. Like what it was doing now. After the food had appeared and it had discovered it, the donkey had become so excited it had started to tremble. But it had worried that it would frighten its food off. That was why it had hidden itself and concealed its tracks. After racing out of the Eternal Fortress, it had predicted that the food would come after Wang Baoli. That was why it had practiced patience and quietly hid in a corner. It hadn't even dared to blink. Indeed, heaven smiled upon those who put in the effort. After some time, it finally saw the arrival of its food. The boy approached Wang Baoli. Before he could slip through Wang Baoli's physical form, at the same time that Wang Baoli realized something was amiss, the donkey cried excitedly and dashed forward with a sudden burst of speed. The donkey seemed to have unleashed its full potential as its speed surpassed that of lightning. When Wang Baoli looked over, he saw but an afterimage of the donkey. In the blink of an eye, the donkey got itself between Wang Baoli and the boy. Excitement shone in its eyes. It widened its jaw at the boy who seemed to have walked straight into its mouth, and took a loud, crunchy bite. Everything had happened too quickly. The boy was stunned. A moment ago, a fatty had stood before him, and the next moment, the world seemed to have turned upside down. The fatty had disappeared, and in his place was the hateful and terrifying monster. The monster's eyes were glowing brightly. The boy thought he was hearing things. He seemed to hear the monster laughing maniacally as it asked him, "Are you surprised? Are you thrilled?" These thoughts flashed across the boy's mind as the donkey appeared suddenly and bit him. Before he could react, his newly grown right arm was bitten clean off by the donkey. Then, the donkey charged forward again and opened its mouth. It was going to swallow the boy's head whole. The donkey's speed was extraordinary, its movements fluid. There was a great possibility that it had rehearsed this before. The boy was no simple creature though. He let loose a pained shriek that no one could hear after his arm was bitten off and blood-red light suddenly erupted from his person. He retreated instantly, narrowly dodging the lethal bite from the approaching donkey. The boy fled into the distance. He was on the verge of tears as he stared at his twice-lost arm and the donkey still frantically searching for him. He was furious. He was about to go mad, but in the end, he clamped everything down. He stared at the empty space where his arm had been, then, with great sorrow and anger, turned and raced away. Wang Baoli had immediately felt the dark fire stir inside his body. It quieted after the donkey arrived in a sudden blur and crunched on something. His eyes flashed. He tilted his head and studied the donkey. The donkey had a contradictory look of satisfaction and regret on its face. Its mouth was still chewing. It seemed to sense Wang Baoli's stare and shuddered. It chewed more quickly and hastily swallowed. Then, it turned and gave Wang Baoli an innocent-looking stare, its tail wagging. "What did you eat this time?" Wang Baoli was speechless. The donkey blinked and pretended it didn't understand what Wang Baoli was saying. It brayed a few times. Wang Baoli got annoyed and kicked it away, sending the donkey flying. It hit the ground and rolled to its feet, uninjured. It couldn't hide the look of immense satisfaction in its eyes. It felt that it had once again stopped food from running into Wang Baoli's arms. It felt the same as stealing Wang Baoli's snacks from him. The donkey was extremely pleased, and its longing for the food grew. It was clear that its pure and simple-minded brain had decided that what had eaten had simply been too delicious. It was more delicious than anything it had ever eaten. The sudden appearance of the boy had led to Kong Dao's elimination in the trial. At present, only two parties remained who continued to hold their ground against the beast tide. One was Wang Baoli, and the other, Li Yi. What this meant was, the four Dao colleges were the clear victors in the contest for the new Mars region. They had fought and won against the other political forces. They would definitely hold an edge over the others when the divine armament was uncovered and up for grabs. Many political forces in the Federation fell into a dead silence. It was clear they felt sore about their defeat. The five-generation Sky Clan, especially, gnashed their teeth as they watched Wang Baoli. Zhou Yixian's preparation might not compare to Li Yi's, but if he had been able to survive the early stages of the trial and complete his city model in the later stages of the trial, he still stood a good chance of winning. Unfortunately, lifetimes of accumulated bad karma made him neighbors with Wang Baoli. He had been sabotaged and his city model completely demolished and taken apart. He had been eliminated. The factors resulting in the other candidates' defeat were many, but Wang Baoli was undeniably involved in their eventual elimination from the trials. He had disappeared and pretended he hadn't existed. His megaphones. That mysterious mystic technique that he used to terrorize the beast tide. All these antics he had conjured had driven the monsters headed for his zone into the zones of others. From the beginning of the trial, the other candidates had been placed under stress much greater than that of Wang Baoli. Li Yi and Kong Dao had been luckier than the rest. Their zones were further away from Wang Baoli, and, as a result, they hadn't suffered as much collateral damage. Kong Dao's luck had run out though. That was why only Wang Baoli and Li Yi remained. If Wang Baoli chose to give up now, Li Yi would become the new city zone's mayor. The White Deer Dao College immediately contacted the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. Their tone was no longer as harsh as it had been before. It toned down considerably. They tried to negotiate tactfully for Wang Baoli to throw in the towel. In exchange, the White Deer Dao College was willing to arrange a posting for Wang Baoli in the Federation capital that was at the same primary rank for noble. The sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College didn't even consider the proposal. He turned it down instantly. He knew Wang Baoli's character. The young man wouldn't agree to something like that. A primary rank for noble in the capital city would be a mere deputy to the head of a key department. This couldn't compare with being the mayor of the New Mars region. They were worlds apart. He knew that if he presented the proposal to Wang Baoli, he would lose his integrity as a sect lord. He would have been undeserving of his title. The significance of him turning down the offer and Wang Baoli turning down the offer was different. The consequences were different. He would rather the White Deer Dao College be displeased with him. He was, to a certain degree, trying to protect Wang Baoli. The conflict between White Deer Dao College and Ethereal Dao College played out. At the same time, on the battlefields of the New Mars region, explosions rang in the air as the 8th wave of Beast Tide began. The 6th wave hadn't yet been completely decimated, while the 7th wave was still going strong and attacking relentlessly. Li Yi and Wang Baoli struggled to hold the fort, but the arrival of the 8th wave immediately turned the battlefield into a critical situation. Victory seemed to be in sight. The outcome of the trial was going to be decided. Li Yi started to panic. She poured her full concentration into keeping the city running. With the aid of her servants, the city's array formation suddenly unfurled to reveal 3 gigantic rings inside. They were intertwined with one another and spun ceaselessly. The 3 giant rings spun rapidly and let loose an immense power. It seemed to be able to cut through anything. The surging beast tide was immediately stopped in its tracks. This didn't last for long, though. The outermost ring soon showed signs of cracking. That's all right. I just have to hold on longer than the fatty. Li Yi gritted her teeth in the face of danger. She couldn't stop herself from sneaking a glance at Wang Baoli. The sight that greeted her sent her trembling with shock. Her eyes widened. There was an incredulous look on her face. This is simply. Li Yi wasn't the only one stunned. Her servants, the anxious Federation residents watching the live stream, the powerful figures from the various political forces, and even the Martian colony governor and the giant tree were all in shock. Many rose to their feet, gasping. Heavens! Wang Baoli's eternal fortress. This is. Tens of thousands of eyes stared in shock as Wang Baoli stood atop his stronghold and pressed his fingers together into a series of hand seals. With a wave of his hands, his stronghold suddenly started rumbling. As countless monsters in the series of beast tides charged at him madly, the earth quaked and his stronghold rose to the skies. Chapter 362, A Grand Victory. Chapter 362, A Grand Victory. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The stronghold didn't simply rise into the air. That would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have blown everyone's minds like it was doing now. As the stronghold hovered in mid-air, Wang Baoli completed a series of rapid hand seals and unleashed the full power of his stronghold. He unleashed the final and ultimate attack that he had designed for his eternal fortress. The stronghold instantly dismantled itself before everyone's eyes, in the face of the approaching waves of beast tides. 19 pages separated from the stronghold and scattered in the air. The front and back covers did the same. They started circling in mid-air, and countless Baoli cannons and fire god cannons appeared on the pages. Numerous other Dharma artifacts, which had appeared before in the earlier attacks, were all revealed. The dismantled stronghold blanketed nearly half of the divine armament zone. Its presence cast a looming shadow over the approaching beast tides beneath it. It unleashed its full power suddenly. Thunderous booms resounded in the air and shook the heavens. Construction puppets moved swiftly across the pages, repairing the artifacts frantically. What followed was utterly mind-blowing. When the artifacts on a single page were deemed to be completely irreparable, the page would fall from the skies and slam straight into the beast hordes, self-destructing instantly. Wang Baoli had spent a lot of time designing the inscriptions for the self-destruction mechanism. The explosion was extremely powerful, and the force of the explosion surged outward in strong waves. It was the result of hundreds of Baoli cannons blowing up at the same time. The destruction of a page formed from vast quantities of resources and materials. It was the result of the inscription's frantic absorption of spirit chi from the surrounding air before its eventual self-destruction. That had been part of Wang Baoli's design as well. One page exploded with a thunderous boom. The beast tide suddenly halted in its tracks. This wasn't the end of it. The second page lost its ability to battle and fell crashing into the horde. A series of explosions sounded as that happened to a third page, fourth, fifth. Wang Baoli was going mad. He knew that this was the moment that decided whether he would emerge victoriously or instead be defeated. This was the moment that decided his mayorship for the new Mars region. Everything banked on him holding strong and lasting longer than Li Yi. He no longer had the time and energy to observe what was going on with Li Yi. In the midst of this very critical period, Wang Baoli continued to maneuver his stronghold. He heard nothing else except the booming explosions that drowned out the roars of the beasts and kept ringing in his ear. The 9th page followed, then the 10th, the 14th page fell and sent the ground quaking. Everyone in the Federation watching the live stream was stunned. Their scalps were prickling with numbness, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped. Both Wang Baoli and Li Yi had gone to their limits at this very key, decisive moment. Wang Baoli's book was left with 2 pages while Li Yi's city had been invaded. Waves of beasts, eyes mad with violence, howled and charged at Li Yi's helpers. 2 core formation realm beasts headed straight for Li Yi. Wang Baoli encountered a similar problem. 2 core formation realm beasts dashed at him. They were about to draw near when Wang Baoli suddenly lifted his head and, with a loud roar, slapped his storage bracelet. A full suit of armor flew out and enclosed him entirely within its protection. He held his dharmic armament in his hand and sent it slashing at the 2 charging core formation realm beasts. A loud explosion thundered. The armor on Wang Baoli shattered into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shuddered. His face was drained of blood. Wang Baoli clenched his teeth and violence colored his eyes as he swept his arm across the air, summoning 9 mosquitoes. He held firm instead of shattering his jade slip. The last 2 pages in the air exploded at the same time. Li Yi was gritting her teeth and holding on for dear life as well. She was relying on the emergency, life-saving array formation that the giant tree had given her to resist the attacks from the core formation realm beasts. She unleashed the remaining power from the city and continued to retaliate, in hopes that she would last for a little longer. Both Li Yi and Wang Baoli were reaching the end of their ropes. This was the deciding moment. It all depended on whom would outlast the other. The viewers watching the live stream, the residents of the Federation and the various political forces, held their breaths and dared not blink. At present, not even the 4 Tao colleges dared to assert whom the final victor would be. It all comes down to their fighting spirit. The same thought appeared in the minds of everyone viewing the battle. Wang Baoli had come to the same conclusion as well. He had also been observing the array formation around Li Yi. He knew clearly that in terms of resources, he still couldn't compare with Li Yi, who had the support of the 4 Tao colleges and the giant tree. If nothing unexpected happened, he was bound to lose. He had fought so hard and gotten so far. Wang Baoli didn't intend to lose without putting up a fight. His breath quickened and grim determination flashed in his eyes. Li Yi! Wang Baoli leaped into the air and shouted at Li Yi as the two core formation realm beasts were temporarily held back by the simultaneous blasts from the pages. Li Yi, who was struggling to defend herself against two core formation realm beasts with the array formation that the giant tree had given her, turned her head when she heard Wang Baoli's yell. She saw Wang Baoli pull out his teleportation jade slip. As soon as the teleportation jade slip was shattered, it would teleport whatever was in its immediate vicinity away. Li Yi's breath quickened when she saw Wang Baoli pull out his jade slip. As for those who were watching the live stream, the residents of the Federation, those from the various political forces, the sect lord and members of the Ethereal Dao College, Jinduoji, and the others from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Everyone's eyes fell on Wang Baoli unanimously. Some of them had a look of shock on their faces, others mockery, and some others relief. Some showed regret that Wang Baoli seemed to be giving up. It was then that Wang Baoli let out a loud laugh. He flung the teleportation jade slip at one core formation realm beast. As the jade slip approached the beast, Wang Baoli howled and sent his blade slashing. The light from his blade erupted with a thundering boom and snaked after the jade slip. It hit the jade slip the moment the latter reached the core formation realm beast. There was a loud boom as the jade slip shattered under the slicing light of the saber blade. The teleportation spell was released amid the explosion. It swept over the struggling, retreating beast. There was a sudden blinding light, and then, the beast vanished. It had been sent away. The scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Wang Baoli to do that. They were all reeling from the decisiveness and viciousness of Wang Baoli's action. He was asking for death. Wang Baoli! The sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College stomped his foot after witnessing the scene. He was fraught with anxiety. The Grand Supreme Elder was watching the battle in the college as well. He hadn't made a single comment throughout the entire trial, but at present, even he was alarmed. Besides the Ethereal Dao College, the other political forces were also stunned at Wang Baoli's move. Those from the 5-generation Sky Clan sucked in a sudden breath. They were all shocked by Wang Baoli's brutal decisiveness. It was easy to be brutal and hard on others, but to exact the same kind of viciousness on oneself was something few could achieve. Wang Baoli was doing just that. He was leaving himself with no way out. The Federation populace was stunned. Even Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen were alarmed. The governor of the Martian colony had a stern look on her face and was silent. She didn't bother with the core formation realm beast that had been teleported away. It wasn't a candidate, so it wouldn't survive the Martian array formation during the teleportation. It was highly likely it would be torn apart by the array formation during the process. Li Yi was caught by surprise as well. Her breathing grew uneven, the look on her face that of alarm and shock. She gasped aloud. Wang Baoli, you're crazy. Wang Baoli lifted his face skyward and laughed out loud. He had his saber in his hand. In the sky, the pages continued to circle and erupt with explosive force. His voice rang out and resonated in the air. Li Yi, I don't plan to leave the fight. If you have the guts, you can do what I just did. If not, scram and go back to being the baby that you are. The power of Wang Baoli's Dharmic armament saber erupted with an explosive boom. He coordinated with the pages in the sky and clashed with the core formation realm beast. Despite not engaging the beast in direct battle, despite the aid from the pages of his stronghold, Wang Baoli was still not the beast's match. But he had a strong physical body. Blood continued to flow from his wounds. It was a tragic sight, but he held strong. In his mind, he considered chanting the scripture as a last resort if it came down to that. At the moment though, he could still afford to display a bit more of his fearsome figure in battle. The donkey's eyes burned red with madness. It charged and bit every beast it saw. Li Yi had a dark look on her face. She wanted to do what Wang Baoli had just done as well, to leave herself with no way out and hold her ground bravely, but she didn't have the courage or decisiveness. She knew clearly that without the jade slip, there would be no immediate rescue should she be faced with extreme danger. The governor and her people might be able to teleport themselves over, but that required time. Time was a luxury in such moments that could determine one's life or death. Her will was weakening. Under the attack of the two howling core formation realm beasts, her array formation started to show signs of falling apart. Cracks appeared. It was about to collapse. If Li Yi's fighting spirit had remained strong and she had been left with no retreat, she might have been forced to continue fighting with her life. But now, in the midst of her panic, as the array formation exploded and fell apart, as the two core formation realm beasts lunged at her, Li Yi instinctively shattered the jade slip she had been holding in her hand all that while. Instantly, she was teleported away. Eliminated. On the battlefield stood the last candidate. It was Wang Baoli. The fight had ended. Wang Baoli had achieved a grand victory. Chapter 363, A Primary Rank for Nobleship. Chapter 363, A Primary Rank for Nobleship. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The trial for the new Mars region ended. It had been an exhilarating and heart-stopping watch filled with exciting moments for the Federation residents who had been watching the trial from the start to the end. Wang Baoli had monopolized the limelight almost from the beginning. He had drawn the eyes of many viewers since his appearance and held them captive throughout the entire trial. The Federation masses had gained a greater understanding of Wang Baoli. They had seen a fatty who dug a hole and buried himself, a dharmic armament cultivator who used his wits and gigantic megaphones to fight against the beast tides, and a jerk who muttered to himself and kicked his donkey. They had also seen him face the beasts alone and rush into the beast hordes, slaying the leader of the beast tide. They had seen a striking figure who unleashed a mysterious mystic technique that terrorized the beast hordes, the spectacular attacks from the Eternal Fortress, and finally, the most memorable sight that they had seen was Wang Baoli, casting aside his teleportation jade slip, leaving himself with no escape and emerging victorious from the battle. Wang Baoli's grim, almost brutal, determination had been fully displayed before the entire Federation populace. They hadn't been the only ones moved. The powerful warriors from the other political forces had been silenced by his action. A singular thought rose in their minds: unless it were the only option available to them, it would be unwise to offend such a character. They also recalled what had happened in the lunar incident. They might have had some things to say about that or had their doubts regarding the matter then. But now, after they had placed the lunar incident next to what had happened in the trial, they were left with a clear and deep understanding: this Wang Baoli was someone who was willing to put his life on the line. In a time of peace, such a man would either die or suffer a boring, mundane life. In the current Spirit Inception era though, he would rise to become a hero. Wang Baoli hadn't yet fully grown into his own. However, now that he had emerged victorious in the trial, he would become the mayor of the new Mars region and a primary rank for noble. He was going to become an important figure in the Federation. Once he reached the core formation realm, he would undoubtedly rise to become one of the powerful personalities in the Federation. As the entire Federation was overcome by emotion, Wang Baoli remained inside the new Mars region. He noticed Li Yi's teleportation but had no time for joy or relief. He retreated hastily while shrieking at the top of his voice. "Save me, Governor!" His scream was sudden and high-pitched. The speed he was fleeing was much greater than any speed he had displayed earlier. He kept shouting as he ran away. "Quick, save me! I'm the mayor of the new city zone. This is going to be embarrassing for Mars if I die. Governor, come save me, quick!" The scene stunned everyone who had still been dwelling on the earlier intense battle. The expression on their faces froze. It was as if they had just mistaken a dog for a person. The immense impression that Wang Baoli had left them when he had stared death fiercely in the eye had been too great and shocking. His transformation had been so sudden they couldn't get used to it. That alone would have been fine, but Wang Baoli, upon seeing the core formation realm beast's relentless pursuit as he ran away, panicked. He maneuvered another page to crash down and explode in the hopes of slowing the beast down. Then, he grabbed his donkey and jumped onto its back. The donkey was used to such treatment. It kicked its hooves and sprinted away, desperate and fleeing for its life. It was just that, the Federation populace wasn't aware that the donkey was used to this. When they saw what Wang Baoli had done, there was an odd expression on their faces. Wang Baoli's figure was so shapely that one could hardly see the donkey after he sat on it. My heart goes out to the donkey. The tens of thousands of families across the entire Federation didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An indescribable feeling emerged in these ordinary folks' hearts. They didn't even realize that when they had been looking at Wang Baoli with admiration and respect, they had also been feeling an unbreachable distance between Wang Baoli and themselves. But now, as they watched Wang Baoli yelling for help and bullying his donkey, it was like they were looking at their neighboring family's kid. A sudden warmth and sense of familiarity surged inside each ordinary citizen. They liked the little fatty. The governor didn't know whether to laugh or cry either. She had half a mind to delay rescue to punish Wang Baoli. This was being broadcast live to the entire Federation. His shrieking and cries for help were an absolute embarrassment. After all, he was the mayor of the New Mars region, a primary rank for noble. The giant tree couldn't help his glee when he saw the scene. He couldn't control his resentment. He really wished that Wang Baoli would just die there. That would be the end of it all. But he remembered the fruit inside Wang Baoli's body and was torn. Alive, Wang Baoli was a nuisance. Dead, he was still a source of frustration. What is he up to? The giant tree snorted. Next to him, the governor had also decided to delay her rescue. Suddenly, her voice transmission ring started to vibrate fiercely. The governor lowered her head. She had an exasperated look on her face, and she glared at the spirit screen. Wang Baoli was slapping his donkey's ass and yelling at it to speed up. She murmured inwardly, then raised her right hand. She directed the Martian array formation, immediately transporting herself, the giant tree, and the other upper Martian administration away from the command center. They appeared in the air above the New Mars region. As they descended, the governor issued another command. The seal over the divine armament catacombs erupted with a blinding light. It transformed into tens of thousands of beams, like arrows that shot out in every direction and pierced through beasts in their wake, slaughtering the beasts instantly. The core formation realm beasts that had been pursuing Wang Baoli weren't spared such a fate either. They were only at the early stage of the core formation realm. They had been mutations born from the divine armament catacombs' radiation and were hardly intelligent creatures. They were defenseless against the power of the array formation. The beams of light pierced through their bodies and killed them on the spot. Everything happened within the span of a few seconds. Every beast on the battlefield of the divine armament zone was killed. Wang Baoli was overjoyed at the sight. He stopped running and was thinking whether he should make a show of his courage and heroism when, suddenly, a thundering roar rang out from inside the divine armament catacombs. As the roar resounded in the air, the seal over the divine armament catacombs seemed to suddenly swell outwards. A giant face appeared, and with it, earth-shattering energy suddenly erupted. The spirit chi was so overpowering that Wang Baoli was struck by fear and alarm. His legs felt weak, and the donkey shuddered and almost fell to its knees. Wang Baoli's heart raced. He could sense that this spirit chi had surpassed that of the giant tree and even Du and Muke. Is that a nascent soul? Wang Baoli's eyes widened. His heart leaped into his throat. He saw a fearsome-looking face, its features contorted into a gruesome expression, pressing against the seal from inside the catacombs. It seemed like it was trying to get out, but was stopped by the seal. Its features pressed hard against the seal, forming an imprint on the seal. The giant tree, hovering in mid-air, was also affected. He had heard about the secrets surrounding the sealed divine armament catacombs, but he had still been struck dumb by the immense power that surged from the catacombs. Next to him, the other Martian high-ranking officials, who were either from the military or from the administration, and were all core formation realm cultivators, had somber looks on their faces. Only the governor remained unfazed as she lowered her gaze at the face trapped beneath the seal. She was expressionless as she formed a series of hand seals and pointed. The seal instantly shone with a bright light and sank downward. It forcibly shoved the face back down into the catacombs, and the howling gradually faded. Silence returned. Wang Baoli's heart was still racing. In the sky, the governor appeared in the live streaming screens across the Federation as the last, parting image. As everyone was still reeling in shock from seeing the giant face, she spoke coolly. Her musical voice was like a decree from Mars itself. On this day, the new Mars region is established. Wang Baoli, I have been appointed by the Federation to take charge over and defend Mars on behalf of the Federation. The Martian government is empowered to appoint any office below the secondary rank 3 noble. Today, I appoint you the first mayor of the new Mars region, a primary rank for noble. I hope you will not disappoint the hopes that the Federation and Mars have placed in you, and will do your best in setting up the new Mars region. Everyone watching the live stream became very serious as they listened to the governor's words. Anyone who knew something about the Federation structure knew very well that from this day onwards, Wang Baoli was going to become a rising star in the Federation's political realm. He would wield actual political clout in the Federation. He wasn't a deputy head in any ordinary department, but the mayor of a Martian city zone. This new city zone was going to be hotly fought over by the various political forces in the Federation in the near future. He had won his appointment before tens of thousands of people. This meant that as long as he committed no mistake, his position in the new Mars region was secure. Even though Wang Baoli had known that his appointment was guaranteed, when he heard the governor's words with his own ears, he still experienced a moment of dizziness. It was followed by a trembling that spread across his entire body. His breathing quickened. His eyes sparkled like stars. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Baoli inhaled a deep breath and extended a salute towards the heavens. He said loudly, "Yes." Chapter 364, The Divine Armament Wall. Chapter 364, The Divine Armament Wall. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The mayor of the new Martian city zone was declared before the masses. The announcement stirred the entire Federation. Countless media agencies continued to broadcast and report about the news, even though the live stream of the trial had been seen by almost everyone. Those who hadn't tuned into the live broadcast soon learned about Wang Baoli's name as well. Wang Baoli's parents hadn't watched the live stream. As soon as the live stream ended, their voice transmission rings started vibrating fiercely with transmissions. The City Lord of Phoenix City personally paid them a visit. He had treated them cordially in the past, but his attitude had grown even friendlier now. It hadn't yet reached the point of being ingratiating, yet when he greeted them and exchanged a few friendly words with his parents, he was obviously more polite and respectful than he had been before. Indeed, things seemed to have changed. The Wang Baoli who had come from this family, and had left Phoenix City currently possessed a cultivation that vastly surpassed his own Foundation establishment realm cultivation. Wang Baoli's noble class was above his as well. In fact, if he wasn't the City Lord of Phoenix City, he might not even be worthy of visiting his family. He knew very clearly the extent of power the new Mars region's mayor held. Wang Baoli would be the most powerful primary rank for noble in the entire Federation. Wang Baoli's parents had first been stunned by the visit. After they realized the reason for the visit, they experienced more worry than happiness. But they knew, from the moment Wang Baoli enrolled successfully in the Ethereal Tao College, that he had made his choice and decided his own path. That was why they buried their worries deep in their hearts so that Wang Baoli wouldn't worry for them. The archaeology team that Wang Baoli's father was in had also decided, as Wang Baoli rose higher up in rank and status, to appoint his father as the leader of the team. Under the Phoenix City Lord's orders, Wang Baoli's mother was also transferred to a city administration department. She was given a comfy, leisurely job with considerable authority. In addition, she wouldn't be held accountable if anything went wrong. As soon as Wang Baoli's parents recovered from their days and good fortune, they began to discuss privately. "We can't let the rascal keep fooling around like that. I'm going to get him to go for matchmaking sessions when he visits the next time." "That's right. Old Wang's daughter seems not bad. He's spoken to me about her a few times." The two concurred on their plan of action. As for the Ethereal Tao College, as soon as they heard the announcement, loud thunderous cheers spread throughout the college. Wang Baoli had become a legend in the Lower Academy Island. He was a role model they idolized and strove to emulate. The teachers of the Lower Academy Island often shared stories about Wang Baoli to encourage and inspire the students. The reactions in the Upper Academy Island weren't as dramatic, but the cheers were still endless. Everyone had been simmering with resentment over the 4 Tao colleges supporting Li Yi instead of Wang Baoli. be it cultivation, battle capabilities, or achievements, Wang Baoli overwhelmingly crushed Li Yi. But the Ethereal Tao College only had one vote. They couldn't steer all 4 Tao colleges from their final decision to support Li Yi. Regardless, it was almost as if Wang Baoli had staged an ambush with just him and his donkey alone, wiping the floor with the other candidates and emerging as the mayor of the new Mars region. The students of the Ethereal Tao College basked in his glory. The sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College too was heartened. Even the Grand Supreme Elder, who stayed out of politics, had smiled faintly. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng had sent their congratulatory messages to Wang Baoli while they remained at their stations. Zhao Yameng, especially, had told Wang Baoli that they could always put their heads together to help him solve any problems he encountered. The trial that had just passed, for example. If Wang Baoli had required their help, she and Zhui Yifan would have tried their best to come up with something. Wang Baoli was moved by what she had said, but he didn't think too much about it. On his way back to the city, he saw the messages overflowing in his voice transmission ring and started to read and reply to them, one by one. He saw Liu Daobin's transmission as well. Liu Daobin had been overcome with excitement at first. Then, he recalled his bets and froze. He did some simple calculations and concluded he did earn some winnings. He still regretted dearly though. If he had placed all his money on Wang Baoli instead, he would be so rich now. Wang Baoli continued to receive and reply to his voice transmissions on the journey back to the Martian colony city. He didn't know if the governor had done this intentionally, but he had not been given the privilege to be teleported back with them. He could only take the cruiser. While he wasn't afraid to fight for his rights, Wang Baoli felt that he wasn't a mean-spirited person. He had already forgiven the governor for her oversight. Wang Baoli coughed, then got off of the cruiser. When he returned to the academy, he could sense the enthusiasm of his students. He was inwardly pleased. He said a few words of encouragement, and had a brief exchange with Lin Qianhao and his staff, before returning to his residence with his donkey. Now that the order had been issued, he simply had to wait for the governor to call for him. He began his preparations for the setting up of the new city zone. During his trip back earlier, he had received a voice transmission from the governor herself. She had informed him to quickly hand over the responsibilities he had on hand within the next few days. She had provided him with some recommendations for potential successors to take over his position as dean at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Wang Baoli already had someone in mind to take over as the next dean. It was going to be Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao was the most qualified and suitable person for the role. Of course, Wang Baoli could choose a junior brother from the Ethereal Tao College to take over his position. This would allow the Ethereal Tao College to expand its political influence on Mars through its control over the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, whose status had been steadily rising in the colony city. However, to do so would be rather unfair to Lin Qianhao. Wang Baoli would also incur the displeasure of people on Mars. He didn't think further on this matter. He decided that Lin Qianhao would become the next dean. He was showing his gratitude to Lin Qianhao's father, who had helped him during the fight for mayorship. At the same time, his final decision was also the natural outcome of Lin Qianhao's growing support for him, and the strengthening relationship between the both of them. After he had some rest, Wang Baoli sought out Lin Qianhao and had a long conversation with him. When Lin Qianhao left, his eyes were shining with excitement. He looked radiant and in high spirits. He was extremely thankful for what Wang Baoli had done for him. He sighed happily. His father had been right. Lin Qianhao had been qualified to compete for mayorship as well. However, Lin Yu had considered the pros and cons carefully and decided not to let his son participate in the fight. He had told his son that Wang Baoli was a man who knew gratitude and would return the favors he owed. If Lin Qianhao stepped out from the fight willingly, and Wang Baoli succeeded in becoming the new mayor, the latter would definitely remember how the Lin family had helped him in his quest. Even though there was a higher chance of Wang Baoli failing, but even if he didn't succeed, he would still remember how the Lin family had helped him. If Lin Qianhao had joined the fight, things might have turned out fine if he had won. If he had lost, he would have no choice but to transfer out from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Lin Yu was clearly well versed when it came to assessing the grand scheme of things and picking the best option possible to move forward. After the excited Lin Qianhao left, Wang Baoli got down to business immediately. He sat in his office with a stern face and turned on his voice transmission ring. Inside was a highly confidential document that the governor had sent him. Only secondary rank 3 nobles and above were allowed to view the information in the document. Wang Baoli hadn't been qualified to access it previously. Now that he was the mayor of the new city zone though, his status and office had changed. He had been given special permission to read the document. The document contained information on the Divine Armament Catacombs and detailed the reason for setting up a new region, and building a new city there. The Divine Armament Catacombs had been discovered by Kong Dao years ago. He had reported his findings to the Martian administration. Prior to his discovery, it would have been difficult even for the Martian array formation to identify anything amiss in the region. The Federation had placed great importance on Kong Dao's findings. The governor herself looked into the matter multiple times. Finally, with the joint support from the many powerful cultivators of the various political forces in the Federation, they carried out a secret exploratory exercise. Through the exercise, they found out that it extended deep underground. Its depth was immeasurable, it was impossible to determine how deep it went through means of human investigation, mystic techniques, or even technology. Despite the joint efforts of some of the most powerful cultivators in the Federation, no one had managed to reach the deepest and lowest level of the catacombs. They had fought through countless waves of beast tides and had been finally stopped by a wall. This wall was later called the Divine Armament Wall. The wall was ice cold. It was impossible to break through even with their combined forces. The only way to break through the wall was if the Federation President used his divine armament. However, they could sense the similarly strong power of a divine armament behind the wall. If they forcibly broke through the wall, they would be faced with an inevitable battle between divine armaments. Should such a situation occur, the resultant collateral damage from the fight would likely cause a dramatic transformation on Mars. The planet might be torn apart. Such a possibility existed. Those caught in the middle of the fight would suffer grievous injury and even death. The Federation President himself might face a backlash and turn to dust, while the divine armament remained unharmed and whole. This was a price the Federation had been unwilling to pay, and the Martian colony governor had found unacceptable. That was why the excavation ceased. Chapter 365, Chi Fostering Spirit Array Formation. Chapter 365, Chi Fostering Spirit Array Formation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The project had been terminated, and the colonization of Mars postponed. They had originally wanted to wait until the Federation was ready and had the means, and for the conditions to be ripe, before they restarted the project to colonize the area. Based on their estimates, it would be at least 30 years before they were ready. That was why when they had left the catacombs, they had set up a seal. That had been to prevent the beasts, who had absorbed the radiation from the divine armament and mutated, from escaping from the catacombs and causing chaos. That had been how peace had resumed in the region. If not for the blood-colored mist and winds that had suddenly swept across half the Martian planet, the current situation might have persisted. The plans might even have been postponed further. But with the appearance of the blood-colored phenomenon, and strange villages and the corpse in the blood cave, investigations had been carried out by the Martian administration. Their findings all pointed towards the divine armament catacombs. Their findings had already proven that the seal over the divine armament catacombs had prevented the divine armament's radiation from spreading and resulted in a build-up of pressure within the catacombs. That had, in turn, resulted in the appearance of the blood-colored mist and winds. There had been no conclusive findings on the strange villages that had appeared though. None of the powerful figures in the Federation had any clue why they had appeared, but they guessed that it had something to do with the divine armament as well. They had reason to believe that if they continued to maintain the seal over the catacombs, more catacombs and underground caverns might begin to appear on Mars. Based on their deduction, they might have another 10 years or so before something like that began to happen. Once that happened, they wouldn't be able to continue with their colonization. The Martian colony would be faced with incredible danger as well. After serious deliberation and weighing their options, the Martian colony governor came up with a bold plan. They would set up a gigantic array formation above the sealed divine armament catacombs. The array formation had two functions. The first was to release beasts from the catacombs on a regular basis for extermination. That would lessen the pressure building up inside the catacombs and provide Mars with countless materials that could be farmed from the dead beasts. Not only could they conduct studies on the farmed materials, but they could also observe in detail the changes inside the catacombs through what they had scavenged after each extermination. Its second purpose was key. This was akin to gradually smoothing a stone with the continuous trickling of water droplets. They would use the power of the array formation to slowly wear down the wall. Based on the governor's studies, it might take them only 10 years to wear the ice wall down to an extent that they wouldn't need to unleash the divine armament to break through it. They needed only the combined powers of the core formation realm cultivators in the Federation to blast through the wall. The governor had handed the proposal over to the Federation. The Federation had conducted their own studies and research, and finally, they had given the governor permission to build a large array formation outside the divine armament catacombs. The name of this array formation was the Chi Fostering Spirit Array Formation. The array formation was immensely powerful. After the ancient green bronze sword had appeared, they had discovered the Chi fostering art on a gigantic sword fragment. This array formation had been recorded on that same fragment. It could be viewed as a supplementary array formation to the Chi fostering art. It had a special feature. The greater the number of people practicing the Chi fostering art inside the array formation, the more powerful the array formation. Every political force had unanimously promoted and encouraged the practicing of the Chi fostering art. There hadn't been any opposition from any of them. The official reason put out to the public, for pushing the Federation populace to practice the Chi fostering art, was to refine spirit stones so that the Federation would have a supply of spirit stones to serve as both currency and resources. But the hidden objective that was concealed from the masses was to sustain the Chi fostering spirit array formation. Every political force used the array formation. After a city on Earth was built, the Federation would send over specialized array formation cultivators to set up the array formation. Be it Mars, the Moon, or the Federation capital, all their major array formations were Chi fostering spirit array formations. The Federation made minor adjustments and modifications to the array formation after conducting some research. Each array formation was encrypted. They might all be sustained by the same source, but as long as the core of the array formation wasn't being controlled or hacked into, they remained independent entities separate from the other Chi fostering spirit array formations. The unique feature of the array formation dictated that its power grew with more people practicing the Chi fostering art. Further studies showed that it posed no harmful effects to the Chi fostering art practicing public. The only side effect was people expending more energy when they used the Chi fostering art to refine spirit stones. That was why population size became a focal issue for the Federation. That was the reason for the countless immigration to Mars after the new colony city was built. Similarly, in order to build the array formation outside the divine armament catacombs, they would have to build a city zone there as well, and after that, transport numerous Federation residents over to form the new residents at the new city zone. Only with a sufficient population size could they sustain the array formation. After the population reached a sufficient size, it would then have an impact on the excavation of the divine armament catacombs and the wearing down of the ice wall. All this was highly confidential information that was restricted from public eyes. Even the exposure of the Chi fostering spirit array formation would incite public terror in the Federation. Even though it was harmless, the energy drain that came from refining spirit stones would draw public unhappiness. Wang Baoli gasped after he was done reading everything. I was wondering why I felt a severe diffusion of my spirit Chi leaking into the surrounding when I was using the Chi fostering art to refine spirit Chi. This is the reason. I was also wondering what the new city zone had to do with the excavation of the divine armament. So this is why. Wang Baoli was clearly affected by his discovery. He took a while to calm himself down. He started thinking about the Federation. Gradually, a thought formed in his head. The politics inside the Federation are too complex. As you climb up the ranks, it's like unveiling layer after layer of secrets. Every new discovery is more shocking than the previous. Also, is it really true that the Federation has never had a nascent soul? A myriad of emotions flashed across Wang Baoli's face. The knowledge that had been instilled deeply in him since he had been a boy had just been exposed as superficial. There had been another layer of truth hidden beneath all along. The discovery unsettled him, and he couldn't control the surge of emotions he was feeling. After a very long time, Wang Baoli finally accepted the truth that had been laid out before him. He fell silent as he stared at the voice transmission jade slip before him. The Federation had kept this matter under wraps too well. Every political force also didn't wish for too many people to find out about this secret. Now, Wang Baoli was aware of it as well. But he knew that he could never disclose this. No one could ever disclose this truth. Fortunately, he had never heard of any cases of someone being sucked dry by an array formation and then dying. He had first-hand experience as well, and he had never felt any discomfort inside the array formation. Besides, Wang Baoli firmly believed that both the sect lord and the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College knew about this. They had chosen to remain silent. This meant that the only harm the array formation had on the general populace was limited to the energy they expended while refining spirit stones. After all, they were all living inside the array formation. Wang Baoli released a sigh of relief at that thought and continued reading the document. When he was finally done with it, it was already late into the night. He noted the warning on the document that instructed its readers not to leak any part of the information to anyone else. That would amount to treason. The document self-destructed after he was done reading it. Not a trace of it remained. Wang Baoli stared at the emptied voice transmission jade slip and shut his eyes. He slowly digested the contents of the top-secret document while waiting for the Martian colony governor to call for him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Wang Baoli stayed in his residence and didn't leave. He began to meditate and train while waiting. He could sense that his cultivation was reaching the peak of the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. When the time arrived, he would try for a breakthrough and enter the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Due to his practicing of the Lightning Tao, first volume, the lightning bolts resting within both his legs were fully charged. He needed only a single thought to unleash them. After the initial breakthrough in his practice of the dark art, his progress grew exponentially. He could sense the negative spirit body during every practice session. He had also successfully formed the second dark fire inside his body. The presence of both dark fire sped up his cultivation tremendously. The green lotus inside his body had grown as well, and he no longer needed to train his physical body. It grew stronger naturally, without any aid from him. It reached a point where Wang Baoli felt that there wasn't much use in him practicing any more mystic techniques. If he encountered an enemy that couldn't be downed in a single blow, he would simply hit him another 10 times, or 100 times. He was filled with endless energy anyway, and he healed at a startling rate. His only regret was his very own dark corpse face art, the dark art. He hadn't had the opportunity to try it out. He itched with curiosity every time he thought about it. He really wanted to find out how powerful the dark corpse face art was, and what it actually did. It's a pity there's no opportunity. Wang Baoli sighed. He didn't want to risk being associated with the Divine Armament Catacombs should he be found out for using the dark art, and then dragged off to become a specimen in a lab. He might be able to convince others to disregard his knowledge of the scripture with his status in the Ethereal Tao College, and as the new mayor. If he exposed the fact he was practicing the dark art, he would be very surprised if nobody tried to pry the truth out of his mouth and find out exactly what was going on. Caution is the word. Wang Baoli sighed and reminded himself. He continued his cultivation. For days later, noon came. Wang Baoli was deep in practice when his voice transmission ring suddenly vibrated. A stern voice, sending him a message on behalf of the Martian administration, rang in Wang Baoli's ear. Mayor Wang, the governor has a 15-minute window in an hour's time. Please arrive at her office on time. Chapter 366, Criticism and Appraisal. Chapter 366, Criticism and Appraisal. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli perked up instantly when he received the notice from the Martian governor's office. He had been waiting for it while training the past few days. He was no longer the young, naive boy who had just joined the Federation. He knew the importance of his new office. He was going to set up an entirely new city zone. The resources and labor required for the project were immense. That was why the governor needed to speak to him. She needed to pass along her instructions so that her mind could be put to ease. Wang Baoli immediately got to his feet upon receiving the notice. He changed his clothes, then stood before the mirror. He had admired himself 1,000,000 times, but he thought that still wasn't enough, so he did it once again. Such a slim figure, such a good-looking face, who knows which lucky girl will get to have me, a beautiful man, in the future. Wang Baoli lost himself in his own beauty. Pleased, he left the academy and boarded his cruiser, heading straight for the governor's office. The cruiser sped the entire way to the office, and Wang Baoli soon reached his destination. He immediately drew the attention of the people rushing in and out of the office as he got out of his cruiser. Men and women extended a bow towards him instinctively. They all knew that this fatty had ascended the ranks and now sat amongst the powerful. Amongst them were many female cultivators who saw past Wang Baoli's slim figure and good-looking face. It was as if they could see the very essence of his soul, and there was a strange light in their eyes. Their stares pleased Wang Baoli tremendously. He was torn as well, as he felt he shouldn't be so cold towards them and should be friendlier. On his way to the governor's office, he would stop and say hello to the prettier cultivators and exchange contact details with the surprised and overjoyed women. When Wang Baoli finally reached the governor's office, he had the contact numbers of a dozen female cultivators, which caused him to sigh. It's a troublesome thing to be so good-looking. Who should I call first? Wang Baoli was troubling himself over the matter when he heard a stern voice filled with authority inside the office. He set aside his feelings of self-satisfaction and put a serious expression on his face as he pushed the door open. When he saw the governor, he immediately puffed his chest out and lifted his head, speaking loudly. "Your humble subordinate greets the esteemed governor." The governor had her head lowered as she read through some documents. She ignored Wang Baoli, leaving him to stand in the office for a while. She finally lifted her head and glanced over at him, her face expressionless when she asked him a question. "You enjoy collecting female cultivators' contact numbers?" Wang Baoli didn't know if he was imagining things, but he could feel a chill behind his back when he heard what the governor said. He felt that this was his own private affair. Even his parents didn't involve themselves in his matters, so why was the Martian colony governor getting herself involved? Maybe she has a daughter, and she's looking to make me her son-in-law? It was unclear how Wang Baoli got to that conclusion, but his eyes widened, and he stared at the governor. It was clear that she was getting on in terms of her age, but she still looked beautiful despite that. Wang Baoli was instantly torn. "No, Wang Baoli, am a man of principle." Wang Baoli took in a deep breath. He was thinking about how to turn the governor down in a tactful manner when the governor snorted. "You're still young and immature. You shouldn't be obsessing yourself with romantic dalliances. How could you take on the heavy responsibilities of your office with such a character?" The governor gave Wang Baoli a cold stare. Wang Baoli was instantly alarmed. He knew he wasn't imagining things this time. He could feel a murderous intent behind her chilly stare. He shuddered. He pulled out his voice transmission ring without hesitation, and deleted the contact details of all the female cultivators he had spoken to earlier right before the governor's eyes. The governor seemed to remain dissatisfied despite Wang Baoli's swift reaction and immediate regret of his earlier actions. She couldn't comment further, however. He had shown repentance, after all. She didn't speak further on the subject and instead went straight to business. The Federation and the Martian administration will provide some resources for the setup of the new city zone. However, I can let you know now that with the current financial situation Mars is in, the resources we can provide you will be limited. This should also be the case with the Federation. The resources that we can provide will only help to set up the basic infrastructure of the new city zone. You'll have to think of something to continue further development of the city zone. That's the first thing I want to tell you. Secondly, I'm giving you 6 months for the city zone construction. Thirdly, after the 6 months of construction, we will be moving 100 million residents to the new region. I'll also be making a trip to the new city zone to assess if it has been constructed in a satisfactory manner, and if it can indeed host 100 million people. That is all. You will be traveling to the new city zone alongside all the resources prepared in 3 days. I will be dispatching 100,000 people to help you with the first phase of construction. You will decide how to use them to build the city zone. Wang Baoli, I hope you won't disappoint the people who are watching this with interest. In addition, I want to remind you that the main focus of the project is not the construction of the new city zone, but the setting up of the array formation. The governor gave Wang Baoli a jade slip after she was done speaking. The jade slip contained the blueprints of the new Martian city zone's array formation, which was top-secret information. She instructed Wang Baoli that no one else was to access the full blueprints. She gave Wang Baoli another look. Her expression was calm, her thoughts indiscernible. She said coolly, "I have a meeting shortly. Do you have anything else to say?" Wang Baoli was stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The governor hadn't picked up her teacup and started sipping her tea, but it was clear from her actions that she was done with him and was sending him away. He panicked. The first condition that the governor had mentioned already posed a challenge. It was impossible for him to make up the rest of the resources that were required and hadn't been allocated to him. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to cough up so much. The second requirement on the half-year construction time limit and the third on the population size were also challenging to fulfill. Based on Wang Baoli's knowledge of his eternal fortress, he knew that the resources and labor required to create a city zone within 6 months that could host 100 million people would be immense. It was almost an impossible feat. "Governor, it's almost impossible to fulfill all 3 requirements," Wang Baoli said hastily. "That's your problem. If you can't do it, we'll just have to find someone else." The governor frowned slightly. It seemed like her dissatisfaction towards Wang Baoli was growing. She had a rather positive impression of Wang Baoli prior to his performance during the trial. Now though, it seemed like she had started nitpicking. Wang Baoli started to sweat. He felt unjustly treated. He had fought for this mayorship with his life, but he would become the joke of the town if he didn't do a good job. It was clear that the governor wasn't going to provide any help with the problem of insufficient resources. Wang Baoli tried hard to control his emotions. Gears started spinning furiously in his head as he recalled the tactics he had read about in the high officials' autobiographies. The frown on the governor's face started to deepen. She was about to order Wang Baoli to leave when Wang Baoli raised his head and stared straight into the governor's eyes. "Governor, it's all right if the resources allocated are insufficient, but the responsibilities of constructing the new city zone are too heavy. I, Wang Baoli, may be able to do the work of 100,000 men, but I don't wish to disappoint the expectations you have placed on me. I am asking for your permission to give me the right to choose my deputies. The office of the vice mayors must be secondary rank for nobles." Wang Baoli was making a gamble. He remembered what the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College had said regarding vice mayors. He had no choice but to use the promise of vice mayorships to buy more resources. The governor remained expressionless when she heard what he had said. She stared at Wang Baoli, then said coolly, "You can have 2. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened when he heard what she said, as he originally only wanted 1 vice mayor. He didn't expect the governor to allow him to have 2. He started thinking furiously. He put on a wronged expression on his face and said loudly, "Governor, I'll be the one who has to answer for it if problems crop up in the new region. Since I'm to be held responsible, I'll need 10 vice mayors. That's the only way to ensure that everything goes well. You can stop that. You'll get 4. The governor saw through Wang Baoli's devious plans immediately. She replied coolly and left no room for negotiation. Then, she added that Wang Baoli had the power to recommend people to the position of vice mayor, but the final decision rested with her. That meant that while it was still possible to become a vice mayor despite Wang Baoli's strong and vehement protest, the chances of that happening were very low. The governor had to consider Wang Baoli's views and opinions, after all. Wang Baoli understood that this was part and parcel of the process. He didn't comment further on this. He knew that the final pool of candidates would be those he had recommended. There wasn't a need to make everything so transparent. He let loose a breath of relief. He informed the governor of his recommendation for Lin Qianhao to take over as the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy before leaving. The governor reminded him again before he left that the main focus of his task wasn't the city construction, but the setup of the array formation. Wang Baoli could tell how much this matter meant to the governor after her repeated reminders. His focus also aligned with hers. The governor's expression softened after Wang Baoli left. She rose to her feet and walked towards the windows. Soon, she saw Wang Baoli board his cruiser and leave. This fatty's not that stupid. She laughed. She seemed consoled by the fact, and her feelings were shown in her eyes. She viewed the setup of the new city zone even more seriously than Wang Baoli did. If Wang Baoli hadn't reacted quickly enough and hadn't known how to gather more resources for the city zone's construction, it would have resulted in her disappointment. However, she would still give him a few pointers to ensure that nothing went wrong during the construction process. Of course, if that had happened, she would begin to have doubts and might even start considering the most suitable person to become the next mayor. But Wang Baoli had clearly reacted quickly to the challenges posed. She couldn't help but approve of his reaction, but as she started thinking further, her approval lessened. There was a tinge of criticism and assessment to her views. Kid, if that's all you've got, it's not going to be enough. Chapter 367, Greatly Sought After. Chapter 367, Greatly Sought After. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's enthusiasm towards his new office as the mayor of the new city zone diminished after he left the governor's office. His head started throbbing when he thought about the 3 conditions the governor had set. She's forcing me to prostitute myself. Wang Baoli simmered with resentment. He returned to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. He sighed. He knew he didn't have much time left. He was leaving in 3 days' time, which meant he only had 3 days to find a solution to his problems. That's all right. Why should I give myself so much stress? Even if I can't solve everything within these 3 days, I can still try to come up with something during the construction of the new city zone. Wang Baoli released a sigh of relief. He brainstormed furiously for solutions. He felt that his current situation was no different from his situation prior to the trial, as he had had no resources then either. He only had his blueprints for his eternal fortress and his construction puppets. His current situation was similar. He was still impoverished in terms of resources. Only, instead of blueprints and puppets, now he had potential vice-mayorships as his only bargaining chips. To think that I, Wang Baoli, a man of honor and principles, and extremely good looks, who never stooped to underhanded means, am now forced and coerced by the Martian colony governor to do whatever it takes to achieve one's goals. Fine, I'll go against my principles just this once. Wang Baoli sighed. He got his mind to settle down as he thought about how best to use his bargaining chips and get the best deal out of them. He knew very clearly in his heart that every political force would either vice-mayorships greedily. They might not be able to get one of their own to become the mayor, but a vice-mayorship would guarantee that they didn't lose out in the long run. It'd be great if I could host an auction for them. Wang Baoli thought with great regret. He only considered the idea briefly. If he really did that, he believed he would be arrested and taken away by the relevant authorities the next day. Wang Baoli thought about the best way to make use of the vice-mayorships he had. Then, that night, whilst he was meditating, he received a voice transmission from a stranger. The caller was an old man. His aged voice immediately revealed who he was as soon as Wang Baoli picked up the call. Wang Baoli, I'm the sect lord of the White Deer Dao College. According to the agreement amongst the 4 Dao colleges, Li Yi will become your vice-mayor and support your work in the New Mars region. The sect lord had mixed feelings while he spoke. He tried to control his agitation and anger. His tone seemed authoritative and commanding, but this was already the best he could do. Before he could finish speaking though, Wang Baoli hung up on him without saying a single word. The sect lord of the White Deer Dao College froze. He could no longer control his rage and exploded in anger. That rascal, he actually dared to hang up on me. The sect lord slammed his desk. A loud thud rang out inside the White Deer Dao College. He had a bad impression of Wang Baoli all along. Wang Baoli had disobeyed the Dao colleges and went ahead to join the trial. He had gone against the Dao colleges, which was akin to treason. The 4 Dao colleges had agreed to support Li Yi. Who could have thought that Wang Baoli would suddenly throw a spanner in the works and rise to become a candidate? It would have been all right if he had stopped there. But no, he had actually gone ahead and succeeded. The sect lord would have had a different view towards the matter if Wang Baoli had hailed from the White Deer Dao College, but Wang Baoli wasn't one of his own, and he had disobeyed him. The sect lord felt nothing but annoyance and irritation for him. After Wang Baoli had dared to hang up on his voice transmission, his anger grew. He snorted in disdain. To be so arrogant at such a young age. I'm going to make you understand that Li Yi will become your vice mayor even without your agreement. No matter how much you resent it, you will have to swallow your resentment. At that thought, the sect lord immediately contacted the deputy governor of the Martian colony. They spoke for a while. The sect lord was stunned when the giant tree told him that he didn't have the authority to interfere either. After inquiring in more detail, he became more incredulous. He heard the giant tree sigh as he told the sect lord that he had inquired about the vice mayor openings for the new city zone as well. The governor had said firmly that no one was to interfere with the selection. The giant tree was clearly dissatisfied with the entire matter. He said, with resignation, that everything still boiled down to Wang Baoli and his recommendations. The sect lord's head immediately started throbbing. He was of half a mind to send another voice transmission to Wang Baoli, but he really didn't know what to say. Wang Baoli, who had just hung up on the sect lord, was overcome with excitement. His eyes burned. He had intentionally hung up because the other's tone of voice displeased him greatly, but Wang Baoli had also done so to test the other. What's next? Who will the old man seek help from? The giant tree? The governor? Or maybe even the ethereal Tao College's sect lord? As Wang Baoli enjoyed a moment's self-satisfaction, his voice transmission ring started vibrating again. He lowered his head and saw that the transmission was from the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College. He wasn't surprised. He immediately put the call through. After a short exchange with the sect lord sighed. Baoli, the sect lord of the White Deer Tao College called me earlier. If you really find his proposal unacceptable, I will turn him down. The sect lord was himself overwhelmed with emotions. He was proud of what Wang Baoli had done, but he was also troubled by the difficult position he had been placed in. Regardless, he would always stand by Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli would never refuse what his sect lord asked of him. He thought for a bit and decided to share with him the 3 requirements the governor had set him openly. Sect lord, I'm fine with having Li Yi, but she has to bring along resources as well. The White Deer Tao College has to be responsible for 2/10 of the resources required to set up the new city zone. If she can do that, she'll be a vice mayor. Wang Baoli didn't mince words when speaking to someone on his side. The sect lord heard what he said and laughed. The resources won't only come from the White Deer Tao College. It will come from the 4 Tao colleges. The ethereal Tao College will do our best as well since the resources will be for your use. But you're still too soft-hearted. How could you only ask for 2/10? You should at least be asking for 40%. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened instantly. The sect lord really treated him very well. His belief in the sect lord's favor towards him grew. He chatted a while longer with the sect lord before ending the transmission. Within half an hour, the sect lord sent another voice transmission. He said only one thing. The 4 Tao colleges will provide 40% of the resources required by the new Mars region. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. He let loose a sigh of relief inwardly. For the sake of the resources, he decided to disregard the tensions between himself and Li Yi. He also knew that even if he disagreed with the choice, with the power the White Deer Tao College held, they would be able to persuade the governor eventually and get Li Yi her vice mayor's position. Of course, they would have had to pay a greater price, but they wouldn't be of much help to him. Next, we still have 3 more positions to fill. Wang Baoli's eyes burned. He stared at his voice transmission ring. He had a feeling that he didn't need to worry himself with coming up with solutions, as the fat sheep would line themselves up before him and await slaughter. As he expected, he received voice transmissions from the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Plume Manifestation Carnate Sect, and the Galactic Dusk Sect shortly thereafter. They seemed to have heard of what was going on. They started their transmission with how many resources they were willing to contribute. The Galactic Dusk Sect promised 50% right from the start. Wang Baoli was extremely tempted by their offer. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons of their offer, he received a voice transmission from General Zhu. Wang Baoli had known the general since the battle at the 7th line of defense. He didn't mince his words and said honestly that both the military stationed on Mars and Earth wanted Kong Dao to become a vice-mayor of the new city zone. Wang Baoli considered the matter. He knew that he had a close working relationship with the military, and it would be difficult to reject their offer. They had provided him aid during the selection process for the candidacy, after all. Just as he was considering the matter, his voice transmission ring vibrated again. This time, it was a call from the headquarters of the Federation President, Duan Muke. The caller was not the president, but one of his deputies. His tone was polite and respectful. He said that he was following the president's orders when he congratulated Wang Baoli on becoming the new city zone's mayor, and gave the latter some words of compliment and encouragement. The two voice transmissions came one after the other. Even if Wang Baoli was an idiot, he would still be able to realize what was going on. The Federation President, Duan Muke, was Kong Dao's godfather. The meaning behind the voice transmission was very clear. "I want a godfather too." Wang Baoli smacked his forehead. He sighed and informed General Zhu that he would be recommending Kong Dao as a vice-mayor. However, Kong Dao would have to be responsible for 40% of the resources required for the city's construction. Li Yi was going to provide the same, after all. Because of his relationship with the military, though, he was willing to accept 20%. General Zhu laughed out loud when he heard what Wang Baoli said. He knew what was going on and enjoyed the young man's honesty. He nodded and said that he would pass on the message and let the others know the favor Wang Baoli was doing them. After a day's busy work, Wang Baoli confirmed the names of two of his vice-mayors. He had also guaranteed 60% of resources required for his new city zone. Together with the resources the Federation and the Martian administration were giving him, he should have sufficient resources to tide him over. This lessened the burden on Wang Baoli immensely. He remembered that he still had 2 openings and perked up at the thought. He might be able to amass more resources and build a greater city zone than he had initially planned. Chapter 368, The Virtues of Lin Yu. Chapter 368, The Virtues of Lin Yu. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The news that Wang Baoli was given the right to choose his vice-mayors spread. The various political forces had also guessed the important role Wang Baoli was going to play in the process, and their guesses were confirmed after some checking with their sources on Mars. 2 names from the 4 Dao colleges and the military had been confirmed, which left the political forces with 2 remaining openings to fight over. The competition became intense. It was then that Jin Duoming came looking for him. Wang Baoli thought Jin Duoming would use the agreement between the both of them to get himself a vice-mayor's position in the new city zone. However, the strange thing was, Jin Duoming didn't mention a single word of their initial agreement. "Brother Baoli, I'm here on behalf of my father. We, the Trilunaris Corporation, are willing to sponsor the resources Mayor Wang requires for the construction of the new city. Our master has spoken. Regardless of the size of your stronghold, we will provide you half the resources you need. There is only one condition: I get to be a vice-mayor." Jin Duoming glanced around inside Wang Baoli's residence, as if he was trying to catch a look of the donkey. He spoke casually, as if he couldn't care less if he did become the new city zone's vice-mayor in the end. After failing to find the donkey, Jin Duoming coughed. He strayed from the main topic of their conversation, leaned towards Wang Baoli, and whispered, "Brother, I did some research. Your donkey should be some sort of mutated beast. There's a great chance of it rebelling against you and consuming you in the future. There were instances of people rearing such beasts in the past. I've reconsidered the matter and decided I want to buy it over." "That's right, where has it gone?" Jin Duoming blinked. He knew no one in hell would believe a single word he had just said. After Wang Baoli brought the donkey along for the trial, it was the donkey instead of Wang Baoli that had become extremely famous. There was nobody in the entire Federation who hadn't heard of the donkey. It was clear that there had been great public attention garnered during the live stream of the trial. The adorable behavior the donkey had displayed, as well as its intelligence and cute physical appearance, had all been captured on screen. The value of the beast spiked as well. There were people on Earth who had offered high prices to buy over the donkey. Wang Baoli had been busy with gathering resources for the new city zone and hadn't been following such news. However, he did hear something regarding the matter. He gave Jin Duoming a side glance and had half a mind to ignore what he had just said. However, it would be rude, considering their friendship. In order to maintain the cordial relationship between them, he coughed instead and said, "The donkey? I didn't bring it back. It should still be inside the Divine Armament catacombs." Jin Duoming froze when he heard that. "What? You didn't bring it back?" "Yep. I promised that I would let it eat for 3 whole days if I became the new mayor. You must know that the eternal fortress that I built during the trial suffered great damage and was on the verge of collapse. The city structures of the other candidates were also severely damaged. There was little point in recycling them. I need to clean out the area as well before I can build the new city zone. It should have cleaned out the entire area by now." Jin Duoming immediately lowered his head and turned his voice transmission ring on. He pressed a few buttons and suddenly, a screen was projected from the voice transmission ring. On the screen was the location of the trial at the Divine Armament catacombs. The area had been transformed. It was no longer a mess. Everything seemed to have been cleaned out. One could see a donkey prancing about happily, wagging its tail and munching happily on a damaged page of a book. Regardless of how damaged it was, it still spanned thousands of feet. However, it shrank steadily as the donkey munched at it. Jin Duoming gasped at the sight, and his eyes were filled with shock. The donkey's capacity to eat had once again exceeded his wildest imagination. It was as if he had been kicked by a donkey in the head, as there was no other reason to explain why he had reconsidered buying the donkey. If he did buy it and brought it home, the donkey was likely going to eat him out of house and home. Since Brother Jin likes the donkey so much, let's start discussing how much to sell it for. Wang Baoli patted Jin Duoming on the shoulder and grinned at him. "Brother Baoli, I, Jin Duoming, am not the sort to snatch a beloved possession from someone. I'll never covet the donkey. That's right, I still have a date with Li Yi. I'll be taking my leave now," Jin Duoming said seriously and left in haste. He was terrified of Wang Baoli mentioning the subject again, as well as the consequences of him becoming impulsive. Wang Baoli sighed as he saw Jin Duoming off. His spirits were high. He welcomed the idea of Jin Duoming coming on board, especially the wealth of the Trilunaris Corporation, and the overpowering promise to provide half of the resources required regardless of the scale of his city construction. It reminded Wang Baoli of when he had first stepped foot into the Federation capital, and received the spirit card with limitless credit from Zhao Yameng's family. "I'm starting to miss our Yameng." Wang Baoli shut his eyes. The image of Bunny surfaced in his mind. As he stared at her in his mind, he soon felt as if something was missing. The image of Zhao Yameng slowly appeared next to Bunny. It's a pity I couldn't transfer her over to Mars. Else, with Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan here, the Adonis Association would be able to take over the whole Martian planet. We still don't have enough members in the Adonis Association though. Wang Baoli sighed. He started considering who should fill the last opening for vice-mayorship. He kept thinking, then suddenly, he thought of Lin Qianhao. Even though he had recommended Lin Qianhao to become the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he started thinking about how well Lin Qianhao followed his orders and how powerful his father was. He considered adding him as a member of the Adonis Association. I can't have my enemies fill the positions of my vice-mayors. Li Yi and Kong Dao definitely won't cooperate with me. Jin Duoming's just interested in being around Li Yi, so who knows how much help and support I can get from him during critical moments. Wang Baoli's caution grew as he thought further. He realized that he couldn't allow his vice-mayors a chance to gang up on him. He couldn't lose sight of that possibility while trying to get as many resources as possible for his new city zone. He immediately realized that he needed an ally as one of his vice-mayors. After some thought, Wang Baoli didn't hesitate as he sent a voice transmission to Lin Qianhao. He told Lin Qianhao that he intended to recommend him as a vice-mayor. Lin Qianhao hadn't yet recovered from his shock of becoming the dean of the academy before he was stunned again by what Wang Baoli told him. Emotions of joy and extreme excitement flashed across his face. "Dean, Qianhao, do a good job. Remember what I told you before. Wang Baoli, will never forget my friends. As long as I get a promotion, I'll pull you along as well." At first, I wanted you to take over my position in the academy, but I've since given it greater thought. With the capabilities you have, you should be standing on a greater stage so that you have a chance to showcase your abilities. Qianhao, I've given you this stage. Let both of us build and realize our dreams in the new Mars region. Wang Baoli spoke with passion. Lin Qianhao shook with excitement, and his brain was buzzing. He didn't know what else to say. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Lin Qianhao took in a few deep breaths, then said, I have to inform my father. Go! Wang Baoli was pleased with the outcome. He wanted Lin Yu to know that he was a man who knew how to return a favor with a favor. He knew that the more he groomed and pulled Lin Qianhao up the ranks, the greater the alliance between himself and Lin Yu would grow. It was a reassuring thing to have such an experienced and cunning man with elevated status and authority as an ally. He needed only to handle the matter of Lin Qianhao properly. Wang Baoli grew pleased with his deepening understanding of what he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies. Lin Qianhao ended the transmission with him and excitedly sent a voice transmission to his father. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly when he found out about the matter. His eyes were colored with deep satisfaction and approval. He hadn't told Lin Qianhao, but he made a gamble when he decided to stop his son from participating as a candidate for mayorship. He had gambled on Wang Baoli's success. Once Wang Baoli became the mayor, he might not immediately decide to promote Lin Qianhao and transfer him to his city zone, but as he started work in the foreign environment, he would start to consider pulling familiar people over and placing them as deputies in his office. When that time came, the only person he would and could think of would be Lin Qianhao. Even if he made a losing bet, he would still push for Wang Baoli to become a vice mayor. Lin Qianhao would still become the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. He would win either way. This was where Lin Yu showcased his full cunning. Lin Yu had another virtue: he never treated anyone as an idiot. Even though he felt that Wang Baoli hadn't yet seen through what he was trying to do, he knew that as Wang Baoli became exposed to more situations and gathered more experience, he would soon realize what had been going on all along. It wouldn't be to Lin Qianhao's advantage if he were made to come to that realization then. That was why Lin Yu decided to make full use of the experience he had accumulated. Now that Wang Baoli had reached a critical stage in his career, Lin Yu was going to give him an intensive lesson. He was confident that the advice he was going to give Wang Baoli would resolve any tensions between them. Even if Wang Baoli realized what he had been up to all along, he wouldn't carry any unhappiness or displeasure towards him or Lin Qianhao. Chapter 369, Advice from Lin Yu. Chapter 369, Advice from Lin Yu. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli didn't have to wait long for his lesson. After ending the transmission with Lin Qianhao, Lin Yu made himself a cup of tea. He took a sip, waited for a moment, and after he drank half a cup of tea, he took out his voice transmission ring and called Wang Baoli. The timing wasn't too hurried or too delayed, it was just right. The other party would be able to sense his sincerity as well as his composure. This was a life lesson that Lin Yu had distilled from his long life. It was something that those who hadn't experienced it personally wouldn't be able to understand. Wang Baoli had been expecting Lin Yu to call and thank him when his voice transmission ring vibrated. He saw Lin Yu's name on the device and was about to pick it up. Then, he thought for a bit. He waited for a few moments before putting the call through. Wang Baoli's interactions with Lin Yu were limited. Lin Qianhao acted as their intermediary most of the time. The last time Wang Baoli had contacted Lin Yu was because of Lin Qianhao's disappearance, and he had made the call while feeling extremely guilty for what had happened. Despite their limited interactions, they were able to converse with ease. Lin Yu was an extremely charming person. His charm wasn't limited to his physical appearance but came from the way he treated others and his attitude towards other people. He congratulated Wang Baoli and thanked him for giving Lin Qianhao such an important task. Lin Yu then paused, seeming to be taking a sip of tea before he spoke again, softly. Baoli, you and Qianhao are of the same age. That's why I'm going to treat you like a nephew. Have you ever thought about your future progression in the Federation? I've heard about your ambition. You want to become the Federation president. That is a good ideal to strive towards. I envy your father. If Qianhao could be as ambitious as you, I would be able to put my mind at ease as well. Lin Yu sighed. He had said that from his heart. He had lacked for nothing in this life. He was gifted with above-average talents and was confident that with time, he would be able to reach the nascent soul based on his talents and resources. His greatest regret was Lin Qianhao. That was why he was so grateful towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli coughed after hearing what Lin Yu said. Uncle Lin, you are right. I thought the same since I was a little boy. I envy my father for having such a good-looking, talented, and ambitious son as well. Lin Yu fell into momentary silence. He seemed to have come to his senses after hearing what Wang Baoli said. He had an odd expression on his face, and he hastily changed the topic and spoke immediately. Baoli, you have now reached an important point in your career. The times have changed. It's no longer what it was before when I was young. When I was young, as long as your cultivation was sufficient, as long as you possessed certain maturity and will, and were willing to showcase yourself, you would either fall from grace or rise up the ranks to stand above the rest. Now, the climate has stabilized. Every political force desires a prolonged period of stability and security. Even if Duan Nuke has grand visions and ambitions for the future, he finds great difficulty in each progressive step he's taking. That is why, what I mean is, in such times, a primary rank for noble is the highest rank a person without power and authority can hope to achieve. If nothing unexpected occurs, you have now reached the pinnacle of your life. Nothing will change unless you are like our fellow Daoist Osmanthus, who reached the perfected core formation realm and broke through the glass ceiling. However, you must pray that when that happens, the Federation President and people like us haven't advanced to the nascent soul realm. Baoli, do you understand what I'm getting at? If you wish to progress, it'd remain difficult to do so even if your cultivation reaches the core formation realm. After all, currently, the 4 Dao colleges aren't headed by the ethereal Dao College. Lin Yu's words were straightforward and honest. He was analyzing Wang Baoli's future based on his vast experience. That was why Wang Baoli grew more serious as he listened to Lin Yu. He pondered over what Lin Yu said and couldn't deny that most of what Lin Yu said was true. He became slightly depressed. He wondered if there might be any major contributions that he could make in order to advance from a primary rank 4 noble to a secondary rank 3 or even primary rank 3 noble. However, you have become the mayor of the new Martian city zone. You have made a correct move. In fact, this could be an opportunity for you. You must know that you have just made something out of nothing. You've created a new path for yourself where none existed and risen to become a primary rank 4 noble. There hadn't been a new Mars region prior to this. Setting up a new city zone might not be the same as founding a new land, but it's still an impressive achievement. That is why the various political forces have fought so hard for this opportunity. On the one hand, they were doing it for the divine armament. On the other, they were also fighting for a future accolade for their own heirs. As the world stabilizes and peace reigns, the opportunity to make such impressive and extraordinary contributions to the Federation can no longer be found. Such achievements could only be made during the past fearsome war with monsters and when the 17 strongholds were built. This is an opportunity given by the gods. That is why you must remember to treasure it dearly. You must be cautious of others taking credit for your work after the new city zone is built. You must ensure that your name is remembered for all the effort you put in and not the names of others. It was clear that Lin Yu was bearing his soul to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was instantly moved when he heard those words. His breath quickened. He had read about such incidents in the high officials' autobiographies. He knew clearly that if others successfully took credit for what he had done, then his efforts would be wasted. He would become an accessory to someone else's success. You must know clearly who your friends and enemies are. You must identify them clearly. Li Yi, for example. I believe the 4 Dao colleges have not given up hope on her. That's because she has the support of our fellow Daoist Osmanthus. She will become your greatest enemy. That is because, the both of you have the mark of the 4 Dao colleges on you. She is the official representative while you are the unexpected challenger. Most importantly, she hails from White Deer Dao College while you are from the Ethereal Dao College. This is no longer a conflict between you and Li Yi. It has become a problem of which college between the White Deer Dow College and the Ethereal Dow College has the final authority. The White Deer Dow College will never allow you to have authority over Li Yi. Even if the Ethereal Dow College wants to help you, they won't do so too openly because they need to consider the overall pros and cons of the four great Dow colleges as an entity as well as the Dow College traditions. To them, the political stability of the Dow colleges comes above everything else. The current sect lord of the Ethereal Dow College isn't extremely assertive either. These factors are to your disadvantage. Wang Baoli listened to everything carefully. He didn't say a word and took every word Lin Yu said to heart, ingesting them and mulling them over carefully. He felt that he had a greater understanding of his future. Since the four Dow colleges support Li Yi, your top priority then is to single out Li Yi's flaws and mistakes. You have to do your best to force her out of the competition in an open and legitimate manner. You will then become the four Dow colleges' only representative in the New Mars region. When that happens, they will have to support you regardless of whether they are willing to do so. No matter how displeased they are, they will need to give you their full support. When that time comes, even if the Ethereal Dow College's sect lord isn't an assertive man, he will be smart enough to seize the opportunity and seize the control the four Dow colleges have within the New Mars region. That is when you will be able to reap the rewards of your labor. Lin Yu finished what he had to say and took a sip of his tea. He heard Wang Baoli's fast breathing over the voice transmission ring and smiled lightly. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. Lin Yu's analysis and assessment, and his final solution to Wang Baoli's troubles, had cleared Wang Baoli's mind and lifted his spirits. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Yu was indeed a man with a clear mind and whose thoughts were thorough. He had an extraordinary way of weighing and deliberating his options, isolating the best option available. Now that we're done talking about enemies, let's talk about your friends. Baoli, when one is surrounded by enemies, he will find it hard to accomplish great deeds. What you need to learn is to differentiate those enemies whom you can befriend and those you will never be able to become friends with. Those whose hostility towards you cannot be resolved must be swiftly brought down in the shortest time possible. Kong Dao, for example. He is the foster son of the Federation president and a member of the native Martian military. You cannot afford to isolate him. That is because you aren't the four Dow college's only option. You still need the support of the Martian natives. Your relationship with the military allows them to naturally give you their support. Kong Dao will serve to provide you with this support in the background. You have to analyze the various political forces in the Federation. Are they willing to join forces with the Martian administration and share control over the new city zone? The answer determines that Kong Dao will only ever be a vice mayor. Do you believe that if Kong Dao had gotten first place in the final trial, the positions for vice mayorship wouldn't be 4 but 5? In addition, Kong Dao will never reside inside the new city zone. That is why you only need to ensure that he appears to listen to your orders. Don't worry, he will never try to seize power independently. Wang Baoli's eyes widened. Lin Yu's analysis and explanation seemed to have opened a door. He seemed to suddenly grasp the lessons that he had read in the high officials' autobiographies and had been slightly confused over. Chapter 370, Building a New Region. Chapter 370, Building a New Region. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I understand now. Based on this analysis, I can apply the same approach to Jin Duoming. I only have to remain as friends with Jin Duoming as there aren't any conflicts of interest between the both of us. Wang Baoli immediately said. His voice traveled through the voice transmission ring. Lin Yu picked his teacup up and took a sip. He smiled. You're right. You should know that the Trilunaris Corporation is in a difficult place, politically speaking. There are too many factions within the corporation fighting to control the corporation in the future. Jin Duoming is not the only competitor. They will face fierce competition in the future. Even though Daoist Jin acknowledges and recognizes Jin Duoming as the heir to the Trilunaris Corporation, he had been severely injured during the past Monster War. He is still suffering from the side effects of his injuries. It is likely that he will never be able to break through the core formation realm and enter the nascent soul realm. The only option left to the Trilunaris Corporation is to bind their survival tightly together with the Federation's survival. After all, the Federation would take more care in maintaining its image, and reputation as compared to the other political forces when they are trying to devour the wealthy and resource-rich corporation. Why do you think the Trilunarist Corporation spent so much energy and resources in helping you set up the new Mars region? It's to ensure that you remain friendly towards them and also to maintain a friendly relationship with the Martian administration as well as the Federation. Daoist Jin is a businessman, he isn't the same as the rest of us. What Lin Yu said showed his understanding and analysis of the various political forces. His words were priceless. They couldn't be given a price tag. The only ones in the entire Federation who were qualified to have such a level of understanding and analysis of the situation would be those who shared his rank and status. It was clear that this conversation was Lin Yu bearing his true thoughts to Wang Baoli. He held nothing back. He was standing in Wang Baoli's place and helping the latter plan for his future. Wang Baoli took a deep breath after listening to everything that had been said. A strange light glimmered in his eyes. He recalled the agreement between himself and Jin Duoming. It had been between him and a Trilunarist corporation that was headed and represented by Jin Duoming. The meaning behind Jin Duoming's words seemed deep and layered as he pondered them. The Trilunarist corporation isn't to be underestimated though. Even though Daoist Jin doesn't have a chance to break through to the nascent Soul Realm, and his corporation is plagued by faction politics, the situation would change if someone achieves a breakthrough. In addition, this Daoist Jin is extremely innovative. He has joined forces with the Federation to come up with an anti-spirit bomb. In theory, if the bomb is successfully made, its power will be immense. A nascent soul is nothing in the face of the anti-spirit bomb. The various political forces have tried hard to dig up more information but failed to find out more details. There have even been rumors that the anti-spirit bomb has been tested and proven to be a success multiple times. This is all for your information and understanding only. You only need to remember that Jin Duoming's status dictates that he has to remain neutral in the face of Federation politics. What he needs isn't a friend, but an ally. Lin Yu spoke carefully and with great emphasis. He seemed to have heard the quickening of Wang Baoli's breathing after he was done speaking. He placed his teacup down, and a flash of approval flickered in his eyes where Wang Baoli couldn't see. He thought for a moment, then said softly, "Baoli, do you feel that the politics are much too complicated? Like you are stepping into a deep, bottomless lake?" Wang Baoli raised his head and stared at his voice transmission ring. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Even though Lin Yu couldn't see Wang Baoli nod, he could imagine him doing so. He lowered his voice. "Regardless of how clear a lake may seem, when you first wade into the middle of it, you will think the lake deep and bottomless. It is vast and murky and seems to hide countless secrets. But, once you leave the lake and stand at its edge, when you look at it again, you will realize that the waters are clear. You can see right to the bottom of the lake. Why is that? You know the answer. Your sight is obscured because you are in the waters. This doesn't mean that you should leave the lake. It means that when there comes a day when you are no longer standing at the edge but are above the lake, in the sky, gazing down at it, you will find out that the waters are not only clear, but will realize that the lake is only as big as the size of your palm. If you look further into the distance, you will be able to see a vast ocean many times bigger than the lake. If you rise further up and lift your head skyward, you will find a greater universe that is even more extraordinary than the world you are in. There are some things I'm not in the position to share openly. Baoli, we humans, are but mere grains in a vast ocean." Lin Yu seemed like he wanted to continue, but due to some unknown reasons, he decided not to. He only sighed a sigh that seemed to reveal powerlessness and an inability to control his own fate. That marked the end of their conversation. The sigh echoed in Wang Baoli's ears and his head even after the transmission ended. He grew silent gradually as he mused over what he had been told. A grain in a vast ocean. After a long while, Wang Baoli lifted his head and gazed out into the starlit skies. He stared for a very long time, then, he shut his eyes. He wasn't someone who tried to strive for things beyond his means. He knew very clearly that his only immediate concern was the new Mars region. He would handle whatever came in the future when the future arrived. With that thought in mind, Wang Baoli continued his preparations. Time passed in a blur. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Wang Baoli had submitted his recommendations for his vice-mayors prior to the date. They had been approved by the governor without a hitch. His vice-mayors were Li Yi, Kong Dao, Jin Duoming and Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao would accompany Wang Baoli and head for the new region, while the remaining three would follow after. They needed time to prepare the resources their respective political forces had promised. Wang Baoli had a condition for making them vice-mayors. They had to bring along the resources they had promised before they could take up office. Regardless of how resentful Li Yi and Kong Dao felt regarding the arrangements, they could only swallow their resentment. Jin Duoming had no opinion on the matter though. He didn't care whether he went or not, or if he did, when he would depart. The new city zone was just going to be a barren, deserted land. It was going to be so boring if he departed sooner. In fact, there had been no disputes raised by any other political forces regarding Li Yi's and Kong Dao's candidacy during the fight for vice-mayorship. Jin Duoming, however, almost lost his spot. It had been a narrow fight despite the Trilunarist Corporation offering to foot 50% of the bill. Both the Galactic Dusk Sect and the Five-Generation Sky Clan had eyed the vice-mayorship hungrily. Due to the tensions between the Galactic Dusk Sect and Wang Baoli, their request for a position had been rejected. The Five-Generation Sky Clan, however, had met all the conditions. They even promised more than what the Trilunarist Corporation promised. However, in the end, they had still failed. Wang Baoli had heard about it as well. It seemed that the head of the Senate had spoken at the most critical stage. This had caused the Zhou family of the Five-Generation Sky Clan to back down in resignation. Zhou Yixian had also been transferred away, out of Mars. After slicing up the entire cake and dividing it amongst the various parties, he had been left with no cake and kicked out of the fight. An outsider might have seen this as an internal fight amongst the various political forces. Wang Baoli had thought about it for a while though and felt that Zhou Yixian's persistent and foolhardy investigation into the incident when Wang Baoli and Li Wanna had spent a night together had been one of the reasons for his current predicament. Well, there's no way around that. He chose his own grave and buried himself in it when he insisted on investigating the matter. Wang Baoli had been rather pleased with the outcome and viewed the matter with relish. After which, he had set it aside and didn't think about it further. The day of departure arrived. Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao took up their new office. The Martian colony governor and the other high-ranking officials of the Martian administration saw them off as an enormous fleet of 500 cruisers slowly rose off the ground inside the Martian city port and into the sky. Out of the 500 cruisers, 300 carried the 100,000 men charged with constructing the new city zone. They were to follow Wang Baoli's orders. The remaining 200 cruisers were packed with the resources given by the Federation and the Martian administration. Loud booms thundered in the air. Wang Baoli stood on the deck of the cruiser heading the fleet, and Lin Qianhao stood next to him. The two of them lowered their gaze at the land beneath them. They turned their eyes towards the Martian city, then raised said eyes towards the direction where the new city zone lay. Lofty aspirations and grand ambitions filled Wang Baoli's thoughts. Qianhao, give the orders. Move forward at full speed. Wang Baoli barked his orders. Lin Qianhao inhaled a deep breath and immediately complied. The 500 cruisers soon rumbled and sped forward. From afar, it looked like 500 arcs of rainbow dashing across the heavens, racing into the distance. Hours later, the 500 cruisers reached the Divine Armament Zone. The ruins that had littered the lands had vanished, and Donkey sprawled on the ground, lazy and pleased. Its cultivation had erupted during the period where he had been clearing the trash after the battle. It appeared to have reached the perfected true breath realm. Wang Baoli ignored the donkey. The cruisers landed, and with Wang Baoli's orders, the blueprints showing the first construction phase of the Eternal Fortress were distributed. Only the core components of the Eternal Fortress were excluded from the plans. 100,000 people immediately went to work and commenced construction. Wang Baoli's puppets were activated as well. Every one of those puppets followed Wang Baoli's orders and participated in the construction process as the main architects. Together, they were building the Eternal Fortress. Chapter 371, New Member of the Adonis Association. Chapter 371, New Member of the Adonis Association. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Eternal Fortress in the new Mars region would be 10,000 times the scale of its prototype. It covered a shockingly large area, And the eternal fortress of Wang Baoli's would also be equipped with facilities that were previously uncompleted during the assessment. They would be fully furnished through the construction of the new city zone. Wang Baoli was extremely busy throughout the process of the stronghold's construction. After all, this eternal fortress was an independent structure of his. After going through the initial construction process during the assessment, some issues had surfaced, despite it looking extremely imposing. Those issues, however, weren't obvious to outsiders. Wang Baoli was, after all, the person who was most familiar with the workings of the eternal fortress throughout the Federation. According to his estimations, it was possible to construct a new city zone that could house 100 million people within half a year. However, a lengthy period of time was still needed to test the quality of the new city zone, as well as its ability to withstand the beast tide. Therefore, the deadline Wang Baoli set for himself to construct the prototype of the new city zone was 3 months. In the 3 months following that, construction would continue while the city zone underwent continual tests to see if it could resist the beast tide. That would take place until a total of 6 months had passed, when the initial stage of the new city zone had been completed and undergone some tests. That way, the safety of the people who were to move into the new region would be guaranteed. In order to achieve this goal, it was necessary to have sufficient resources and manpower. With 100,000 workers available right now, Wang Baoli analyzed the situation and felt that it was still far from what would be required. The 3 vice-mayors of mine will probably arrive within a few days. Along the way, Wang Baoli had already planned out where his 4 vice-mayors would be positioned. He knew well that he had the advantage afforded to him for winning the assessment. He could forcefully pressure others at the start, but once they gained a footing, it would require some effort to pressure them. He naturally wouldn't let go of this early-stage advantage. Therefore, after thinking about it silently in his mind, he made a decision. Li Yi's responsibility will be to construct the stronghold according to my plans. This is a responsibility that she cannot shrug off and perhaps would even delight in doing. After all, that position gives her the greatest power, secondary only to mine. This way, the White Deer Dao College will have nothing to be unhappy about. As for me, I will be able to make my stance this way. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Being familiar with the teachings of the high officials' autobiographies, he knew that in order to find fault with someone, the first step was to give them a task. If not, it would naturally be difficult to pinpoint that person's weaknesses. As for Kong Dao, even though City Lord Lin mentioned that it wasn't necessary to care about him, and that I could even try to become friends with him after resolving the grudges between us, that is challenging as well. I'm annoyed the moment I see him. After thinking about it, Wang Baoli felt that it was most appropriate to position Kong Dao in the military zone in order to guard the Divine Armament catacombs. After all, the most important area of the New Mars region was the Divine Armament Zone. Wang Baoli analyzed the situation and concluded that Kong Dao wouldn't reject the arrangement. At the same time, the military would be satisfied, since that would allow the military to acquire first-hand news about the Divine Armament catacombs. This way, I remove the chances of us meeting, since there would be less of a chance of us being in the same area. This makes it easier to manage the situation. Wang Baoli sat in his unadorned office, and took out a bag of snacks to munch on while thinking about the task to allocate to Jin Duoming when he arrived. Since Jin Duoming has the potential to become the director of Trilunaris Corporation, he would naturally be confident in management affairs. Even though his abilities aren't obvious, this task shall be given to him. After finishing the snacks in a mouthful, Wang Baoli came to a decision to place Jin Duoming in charge of managing the internal affairs of the new city zone. As for Lin Qianhao, Wang Baoli didn't have too many concerns. He was one of his own and would be in charge of the disciplinary and law enforcement departments. After making arrangements for the placement of his 4 vice-mayors, Wang Baoli felt that his understanding of the high officials' autobiographies had deepened yet again. After all, real understanding comes with putting what was learned into use. With delight in his heart, he took out a bottle of ice spirit water, feeling emotional as he took a gulp. As the leader, I need to learn not to be suspicious of the people under my lead. This could also be considered a platform that I have provided for them to show their capabilities. As for me, it is sufficient as long as I have a grasp over manpower and finances. With manpower and finances in my grasp, I will be able to oversee the entire operation. Wang Baoli felt that his status was different from before. He hummed a happy tune while walking out of his unadorned office. He looked at the busy construction going on and immediately corrected any aspect that he deemed was out of place wherever he passed. That was especially so for the location where the seal of the Divine Armament Catacombs was located. Wang Baoli was clear about the purpose of the stronghold. He was even more clear that if there were no Divine Armament Catacombs, the new city zone wouldn't garner the attention of the various factions in the Federation. Therefore, the Divine Armament Catacombs was the key. The goal of constructing the stronghold is to support the Chi fostering spirit array formation, and the purpose of this array formation is to demolish the barrier under the Divine Armament Catacombs' seal. At the same time, once the stronghold is in operation, the Divine Armament Catacombs seal would then be activated once in a while to relieve the internal pressure. The stronghold would also require an automatic killing mechanism, as well as facilities with protective purposes. It is only through this manner that a cycle could be initiated. Only when the cycle has begun could the new Mars region be considered to have been constructed successfully. Wang Baoli thought silently, as he arrived outside the Divine Armament Catacombs. Right now, there had already been transformations to its appearance. Bases had already been erected in the area, and over 10,000 workers were hard at work in the construction process. There were so many workers that the crater was about to be completely filled. The donkey was also there, behaving suspiciously like a thief. It occasionally looked at the pile of resources, its saliva uncontrollably flowing out of its mouth. It would then look at the Divine Armament Catacombs seal, as if waiting for its dream food to fly out of it from within. Seeing that the donkey was behaving like a good-for-nothing, rage arose in Wang Baoli, and he went forward to give the donkey a kick. The donkey had endured Wang Baoli's beating so frequently that its skin had already thickened, and it didn't feel anything after being kicked. Instead, it looked energetically at Wang Baoli, instinctively revealing a look that implied that it was trying to get into Wang Baoli's good books. Dumb donkey, know that the resources here are all accounted for. It doesn't matter whether you eat them or not, as long as something goes missing, I will bash you up and shut your mouth as punishment. Wang Baoli stared sternly, and the donkey grew shocked and nervous after hearing his words. It appeared that it had already developed some consciousness to be able to understand the meaning of what Wang Baoli said. It would be his fault regardless of whether he ate the resources or if others stole them. Therefore, it hurriedly rubbed its head on Wang Baoli's thigh as if asking for forgiveness. After being kicked once again by Wang Baoli, it seemed to have lost all hope, understanding that appealing to him was futile. The donkey sneezed loudly, and its eyes reddened as it looked ruthlessly at the construction workers like a supervisor. Soon, as the days passed, Wang Baoli delightedly found out that he had gained another pair of eyes, which was in the form of the donkey. It was working day and night within the new city zone, continuously checking whether resources were lacking. Once it found that something didn't match up, it would roar like crazy, reminding Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao to take a look. Lin Qianhao thought nothing much of it initially, but after finding issues repeatedly, he looked at the donkey in shock as he realized that the donkey could count, which could be considered a miracle. When he conveyed his surprise to Wang Baoli cleared his throat, feeling that he was indeed smart to be able to extract the best use out of trash. When he looked at Lin Qianhao and recalled that Lin Qianhao's workload for the past few days had significantly exceeded that of his own, he satisfyingly patted his shoulder, deciding to send him an invitation. Qianhao, you've heard of the Adonis Association, right? Now, Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yameng, and I are the members, as our appearances are of a certain standard. That was how the Adonis Association started. Even though your figure isn't as impressive, and you don't look as handsome as me, we are brothers. Therefore, I officially declare that from now on, you are the fourth Adonis of the Adonis Association. Lin Qianhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Wang Baoli's judgment of figure and appearance was perhaps different from his own. However, he knew that he was completely entwined with Wang Baoli and would live and die with him. Furthermore, through the time he had spent with Wang Baoli on Mars, he has been transformed under his influence. Therefore, after hearing Wang Baoli's words, Lin Qianhao, who was half sitting before Wang Baoli, suddenly stood up and agitatedly announced. Greetings, Chairman. Chapter 372, Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Chapter 372, Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli sat there feeling satisfied as he accepted Lin Qianhao's greeting. Seeing how agitated Lin Qianhao was to be accepted into the Adonis Association, Wang Baoli was heartened. I have toiled all my life, sacrificing my youth for the Federation, for the people, and for the Adonis Association, all without rest. Wang Baoli chatted briefly with Lin Qianhao before sending him away. He sat on the chair, munching on a chicken leg as emotional thoughts flooded his mind. I can imagine that perhaps in the future, there would be a day when I recount my deepest regrets. That would be creating the Adonis Association, as my greatest desire would be to live life peacefully like an ordinary person. As he spoke, Wang Baoli felt that his life was tough, as every few days, he would be kept busy for hours on end. Sighing while shaking his head, Wang Baoli ate a chicken leg and drank 3 bottles of ice spirit water. After, he patted his stomach and took out a bag of potato chips, munching on them noisily as he walked out of his unadorned office to continue his inspection. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye just like that. In the 2 weeks that passed, Wang Baoli didn't forget to continue his cultivation while eating and busying himself with various affairs. He was clear that in the spirit inception era, cultivation was foundation. That was especially so when he realized that as he proceeded with cultivation, the rate at which his cultivation was improving had been significantly increased, perhaps due to the emergence of the dark fire. Right now, he felt that he was just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. Wang Baoli had originally planned to wait and achieve a breakthrough naturally. In this way, he wouldn't waste time used for eating and handling official affairs. However, the thought had emerged for less than 2 days when he realized that the donkey had achieved a breakthrough. In the process of endless supervision and inspection of the resources, the donkey had somehow stepped into the Foundation establishment realm. That shocked Wang Baoli, especially when he noticed that after the donkey reached Foundation establishment realm, that it put up a resistance when he wanted to check if it had gained any additional abilities, and even ran away. At the same time, a look of arrogance appeared in its eyes, which made Wang Baoli gasp as he stared on. He felt that the donkey no longer knew who his daddy was, and dared to resist the commands from a handsome person like him. Trying to rebel, huh? In his anger, Wang Baoli felt that he needed to teach the donkey a lesson so that it would understand that he would raise his son not just by calling it his son, but through beatings. With that anger, Wang Baoli activated his cultivation and caught up with the donkey. Without waiting for it to speak, he ordered it to shut its mouth, and then beat it up. Immediately, the donkey was reduced to a pitiful state, but was unable to make a single noise and couldn't escape. Wang Baoli was only satisfied and stopped after the donkey revealed a look of obedience in its eyes. He then lifted the order for the donkey to shut its mouth. Noticing that the donkey wanted to make noise again, he kicked it hard. Instantly, the donkey hurriedly shut its mouth, looking at Wang Baoli obediently with a clear look of wanting to curry his favor. You know where you stand now, right? Say it, who are you to me? Wang Baoli spoke calmly, with his hands behind his back. Son. Son. The donkey trembled. Even though it was unwilling, that was the only sound it could make. In its helplessness, it could only scream. That scene was watched by the others who were busy with the construction work around them. They were bewildered, confused, and frightened, as they were also clueless as to how to treat the donkey. It took its responsibility as a supervisor seriously and had reached a maniacal level in its inspection of the resources, such that it would know even if a screw was missing. That made many who were looking to earn a small fortune through the construction of the new city zone annoyed, but now that they noticed the donkey being beaten up, they were secretly happy. However, they were delighted too early. When Wang Baoli turned to leave while swaggering in an exaggerated manner, the donkey that seemed to have been beaten to the brink of being handicapped previously immediately leaped up, shivering as there was no damage to its roughened skin. When it turned, it looked ruthlessly at those busybodies and sneezed, growing even more enthusiastic and diligent in inspecting the resources. It seemed to have realized that it was no match for Wang Baoli, the tyrant. The helplessness it felt in its heart was channeled towards the busybodies instead. Wang Baoli could see that the little donkey had become even more maniacal and diligent, but didn't care much. Right now, he was experiencing a lot of stress. As to him, the rate at which the donkey's cultivation was improving was increasing swiftly. If there happens to be a day when the donkey reaches core formation realm before me. Thinking about the consequences of that possibility, Wang Baoli shuddered. His head felt numb as the scene of himself being savagely beaten by the donkey, while he tried to run away surfaced continuously in his mind. Eventually, he might still have to yield to the donkey as he heard the donkey shouting, "Son! Son!" That image was so frightening that Wang Baoli's heart palpitated rapidly. He hurriedly tried to wipe that sinister scene from his mind. After that, a look of determination appeared in his eyes as he immediately went into seclusion. That shall never happen. It must be mentioned that the breakthrough in the donkey's cultivation agitated Wang Baoli significantly, such that he put everything aside and went into seclusion. In the seclusion process, he didn't bother about external affairs, having passed the responsibility to Lin Qianhao. On the one hand, he believed in Lin Qianhao's ability. On the other hand, the construction was going according to plan. As long as there were no hiccups, everything would go smoothly even without Wang Baoli overseeing it. Therefore, he settled down and immersed himself fully in cultivation. As he meditated with his legs crossed, he continually activated the force of his cultivation according to the initial teachings of Lightning Tao, first volume, in order to nurture the 2 heavenly thunders in his legs, while trying to carve the 3rd lightning tattoo on his left arm to form the 3rd heavenly thunder. Other than that, Wang Baoli also began practicing for the cultivation of dark fire while in seclusion. He soon realized that the rate of practicing the dark art outside the Divine Armament catacombs was significantly faster than inside the Martian city by at least 10 times. That shocked Wang Baoli. He vaguely felt that if there was no blockage by the seal of the Divine Armament catacombs, the speed of his cultivation could be even faster. As for the level that he would eventually be able to reach, Wang Baoli couldn't put his finger on it. To him, matters like these were both like a sharp blade and a matter of fate. Wang Baoli breathed rapidly, taking a while before he finally calmed down. He thought about it with a bizarre look in his eyes and didn't attempt to try it out immediately in a rash manner. Instead, he calmed himself further, practicing the dark art in conjunction with the Lightning Tao, 1st volume, continuously nurturing the 3rd heavenly thunder and the 3rd dark fire. Days passed just like that. After a month, Wang Baoli, who happened to be meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and a chilly look was immediately revealed, as if dark fire was burning in his eyes. The ground around and beneath him instantly turned cold, with visible black sheets of ice forming on the walls around him. That was not all. There was a current running through the ice. The area of seclusion looked extremely bizarre. As for his cultivation, it had directly broken through foundation establishment mid-stage, reaching late-stage foundation establishment realm the moment he opened his eyes. By the time he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, the construction going on outside the area of seclusion was more than 50% complete. It could be seen that the location where the prototype of the new Mars region was located, which was where the Divine Armament catacombs was, had been changed. The appearance of the Divine Armament catacombs had been transformed, with a large wall encircling it, enveloping it completely. There was a gigantic cover where waves of spirit energy were churning within, forming several invisible spirit threads. The spirit threads circled continuously in the area, occasionally crisscrossing over one another to form a huge net. That was part of Wang Baoli's plans to form a dharmic artifact meant to destroy the beast tide. The beast tide wouldn't be able to escape, and would immediately be torn to pieces by the spirit thread. Their corpses and blood would fall to the ground and be absorbed by the array formation, forming the nourishment of the chi fostering spirit array formation, resulting in the production of a cycle as it broke down the beast tide within the catacombs. Now, the initial stages of the array formation had been completed. There were also many people guarding and repairing it. However, at that moment, within the Divine Armament catacombs, a loud roar suddenly emerged, and the face that had appeared previously and shocked the entire Federation suddenly appeared again from under the array formation. It was more vigorous this time, as if there was an existence it desired that made it want to dash out like a maniac. This sudden change immediately threw everyone into a state of shock. As they retreated in fright, the emergence of that face activated the alert system, and ear-piercing alert rings reverberated in the large prototype of the new city zone. Instantly, innumerable figures rushed to the location. Chapter 373, Banging. Chapter 373, Banging. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Of those people, there was Lin Qianhao, as well as Li Yi and Kong Dao. During the period of Wang Baoli's seclusion, Kong Dao and Li Yi both arrived. Kong Dao didn't do much, but Li Yi immediately interfered in the construction of the new city zone, even putting forth hard-headed suggestions in many areas, requesting that changes be made. Those requests, which were unreasonable in Lin Qianhao's eyes, were immediately rejected by him. In front of Wang Baoli, he had suffered and therefore yielded, which made him seem weak. However, as the son of a senator, Lin Qianhao was considered prominent regardless of which faction he was in. Comparing his background, he didn't lose out, and comparing his noble, he had caught up and was now a secondary rank for noble like Li Yi. Comparing his cultivation, even though he was merely someone who had perfected the early stage foundation establishment realm, Li Yi was still nowhere near superior to him. This way, Lin Qianhao's prominence was strongly conveyed. It wasn't a simple rejection, but outright disregard. During that period of time, the clashes between them grew. Even so, with the sounding of the alarm, the group of them charged towards the area in all seriousness. When they saw the huge face within the seal, they jumped out of their bodies in shock. Suddenly, the face was no longer screaming and was instead slowly calming down. The alarm also stopped ringing at this moment. The instant the face sank, Wang Baoli heard the alarm and retracted his dark fire. When he stood up, the chilliness around him visibly disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Wang Baoli, who emerged out of seclusion, rushed to the divine armament seal, looking extremely serious. He didn't know what the issue was, but according to his plans, the alarm would only sound when an extreme crisis occurs. Therefore, even though the alarm had stopped ringing now, he was still charging at an extremely fast speed. He arrived not long after Lin Qianhao and company were inspecting the situation. He neared the area immediately, stepping out of the circular array formation. Lin Qianhao immediately noticed him and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Mayor." Kong Dao and Li Yi stood looking coldly at Wang Baoli without greeting him. If it were in another situation, Wang Baoli would definitely throw them a death stare. However, right now, he didn't have time to think about all that. He hurriedly neared and immediately inquired. "What's the situation?" Lin Qianhao didn't dare to cause any delay, immediately speaking in a hushed voice and telling Wang Baoli everything they knew and saw. That shocked Wang Baoli, as he looked at the divine armament catacomb seal that had returned to a state of calmness, and he thought about the time. That was the exact time when I achieved cultivation breakthrough, the moment when the dark art wasn't suppressed. When I heard the alarm, I immediately withdrew the dark art, and with that, the alarm stopped and the face sank. Wang Baoli was deep in thought as he checked everything thoroughly. After that, he began inspecting the construction, ensuring that there was nothing wrong with it and that everything was going according to plan, before leaving. From start to end, Li Yi and Kong Dao stood there without speaking to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli also disregarded them and muttered under his breath as he left. "Putting on airs in my territory?" With that thought, he turned to look at Lin Qianhao, speaking with a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Qianhao, I spent about a month in seclusion, right? It's been almost 2 months since we've arrived here, hasn't it?" Lin Qianhao estimated the time in his mind and immediately agreed. "Yes, it's been almost 2 months. My 3 vice-mayors haven't reported to work." "That's interesting. It seems like they don't wish to suffer here. Qianhao, go to the Martian city to meet the Martian colony governor now to inform her about what happened. Tell them that if they're unwilling to come, I don't want them either." Wang Baoli spoke arrogantly, wanting to leave after that. However, Li Yi and Kong Dao, who were standing nearby, were immediately angered. "Wang, are you blind?" Li Yi had initially wanted to take over whatever Wang Baoli refined, but since losing, she had lost all will, feeling that she must have been kicked by the donkey to have made Wang Baoli fall in love with her. Listening to Wang Baoli's words now, she grew even more furious. "Oh." Wang Baoli turned around, throwing a glance at Li Yi, before turning to ask Lin Qianhao. "Who's that?" Li Yi was about to explode from anger. A fire was raging in her eyes, and she looked furiously at Wang Baoli while speaking with gritted teeth. "Wang Baoli, don't go overboard and feign ignorance here. Do you think?" "Shut up." Without waiting for Li Yi to finish what she had wanted to say, Wang Baoli bellowed, the late stage of his foundation establishment realm cultivation exploding, instantly forming a strong force that directly suppressed Li Yi. Li Yi trembled violently, feeling as if her eardrums were about to be broken apart. At the same time, she sensed the transformation in Wang Baoli's cultivation and immediately gasped. Even Kong Dao, who was beside her, was shocked, his facial expression changing wildly. He hadn't noticed it with the alarm sounding previously. Furthermore, Wang Baoli instinctively tried to hide it when he arrived, which made this sudden activation of Wang Baoli's cultivation catch the attention of Kong Dao. You still know that I am Wang Baoli? Vice Mayor Li, do you know then that you're just an assistant? You don't greet me when you see me and are instead waiting for me to greet you. Wang Baoli reprimanded, without a hint of politeness. His cultivation, status, and responsibility were all superior to Li Yi. Right now, whatever he said reigned, putting so much pressure on Li Yi that she was aghast with shock and hyperventilating. Kong Dao also fell silent, knowing that it was unwise for him to say anything right now. Seeing that Wang Baoli was reprimanding Li Yi, Lin Qianhao gloated in his heart. He had grown extremely annoyed at Li Yi during this period of time, and now, he opened his mouth to speak. Mayor, I would like to confess. After Vice Mayor Li arrived here, she made many suggestions that weren't in line with the foundational blueprint for the Eternal Fortress that was given by you. I didn't dare to apply them, which resulted in delays in the construction process. Wang Baoli raised his brows upon hearing Lin Qianhao's words, and he looked towards Li Yi. Mayor Wang went into seclusion the moment he arrived and didn't care about how things were progressing over here, eventually resulting in chaos. As the vice mayor, I would naturally have to oversee the construction of the new city zone. What is wrong with expressing my opinion about it? Li Yi raised her head, recovering from being reprimanded previously as she looked coldly at Wang Baoli. You can. From now on, Vice Mayor Li won't only be in charge of the area of the seal, but also the construction of the entire Eternal Fortress. Qianhao, pass a copy of the blueprint for the Eternal Fortress to Vice Mayor Li later on. Wang Baoli spoke decisively, shocking Lin Qianhao. Even though he wasn't sure why Wang Baoli responded this way, he still hurriedly nodded his head. Li Yi was taken aback as well. She had originally planned to find a chance to interfere later on, eventually gaining the power to oversee the construction through a dramatic underhand scheme. Her goal was only to be in charge of 20 to 30% of the entire process. However, she had never imagined that Wang Baoli would hand over the entire responsibility for the construction to her. However, even though she was suspicious, she immediately accepted the power that she had been bestowed. Without bothering himself further with Li Yi, Wang Baoli turned to look at Kong Dao. Kong Dao was silent. He thought about the time he made a pact with his foster father and the Mars military when he first arrived, and how Wang Baoli had flipped between being the leader and relinquishing his power in a give-and-take manner, which gave him an indescribable gut feeling. He didn't know what it was, but he instinctively felt that there was danger lurking. However, he still greeted Wang Baoli expressionlessly. Greetings, Mayor Wang. Wang Baoli smiled vaguely, nodding his head before speaking calmly. Mayor Kong. Say no more, Mayor Wang. Kong Dao interjected Wang Baoli mid-sentence. Didn't you already communicate my role with the military previously? I won't participate in any construction, and will only be responsible in guarding the divine armament catacombs while periodically releasing the seal to do an internal cleansing. As for the resources, I have already reported to Mayor Lin, and I won't participate in any audit. The alarm just sounded here, and I need to inspect in greater detail. If nothing's the matter, I will be taking my leave. As he spoke, Kong Dao didn't pay any further attention to Wang Baoli. Instead, he turned and led his army of military cultivators and began stringent inspections outside the divine armament catacombs. Wang Baoli looked at Kong Dao and squinted his eyes. He didn't say anything and turned to lead Lin Qianhao out of the divine armament catacombs' seal. Li Yi threw a glance at Kong Dao before looking away. Thinking about the power she had just gained, her heart palpitated. Even though she was still suspicious, she was no longer hesitant. Even if there were to be anything amiss with this matter, she wasn't afraid. Perhaps, this is a sign that Wang Baoli is bowing down to the White Deer Dao College. Chapter 374, To Not Commit Oneself Until Success is Certain. Chapter 374, To Not Commit Oneself Until Success is Certain. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As he left with Wang Baoli, Lin Qianhao had wanted to say something but stopped himself, until he could no longer bear it when the two of them reached the mayor's office in the new city zone, which now had its initial stage completed. He cupped his fists at Wang Baoli and spoke. "Mayor, this Li Yi must be plotting something. Furthermore, when she came, she brought along thousands of escorts, behaving in an imposing manner as she interfered with each and every matter. Now that Mayor Wang has given her control over the new city zone's construction, I am worried that problems will arise." Lin Qianhao couldn't understand what Wang Baoli was thinking. Even though he felt that Wang Baoli wasn't one to let others take advantage of him, and that those who opposed him wouldn't be any better off either, he was still worried about Li Yi's presence, and he softly reminded Wang Baoli. Seeing how much effort Lin Qianhao had put in, Wang Baoli was heartened as he patted his shoulder. He sat down and took out a bag of snacks, cheerfully speaking as he munched on them. "Qianhao, I know what I'm doing in my handling of the matter. What I need you to do next is to keep a close eye on Li Yi. Don't stop her for anything. Instead, report everything to me as soon as you can." Lin Qianhao blinked in a confused manner. He wasn't ignorant, and after hearing Wang Baoli's words, he thought about what Wang Baoli had been through. Immediately, a look of realization flashed across his face as he finally understood that Wang Baoli was trying to trick Li Yi into making a mistake. Therefore, Lin Qianhao heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. He then discussed matters regarding the construction of the new city zone and left after receiving instructions from Wang Baoli. As he watched Lin Qianhao leave, Wang Baoli patted his stomach in a satisfied manner and chuckled. "Li Yi, right now, the cave has been dug for you. What's next is to see how you would jump into it yourself." While Wang Baoli was basking in delight, Li Yi was leading the escorts arranged by the 4 Dao colleges, arriving at her designated workplace. She fell silent, as she still felt that something was amiss, but was excited to start work at the same time. She understood that this was a golden opportunity for her. In reality, she was extremely unhappy that Wang Baoli had become the mayor. To her, she found it easier to accept Kong Dao as the mayor instead. However, as fate would have it, that pig became the person in charge of the new city zone, which made her feel indignant and disgusted. This time, her goal wasn't to become the vice mayor. Instead, it was to kick Wang Baoli away and take charge of everything. This wasn't approved by the White Deer Dao College, but Li Yi felt that the Dao College would support her if it became a reality. The people from the Dao College obviously hate Wang Baoli to the core. However, they are too pedantic, giving excuses about stability, and about how the time isn't right. Everything is in the control of our own hands, and that is the greatest form of stability. As for the right time for things to happen, that is created by humans too. Li Yi sneered, unhappy that the Dao College didn't support her views. As a result of her goal and attitude, she immediately took initiative and grabbed hold of power when Wang Baoli went into seclusion previously. She wanted a part in every matter, as her goal was to remove Wang Baoli from power. She had planned to do everything step by step and estimated that she would need a year's time to slowly and successfully reach her goal. However, now that Wang Baoli had relinquished his authority to her, Li Yi was agitated, her eyes revealing a look of bewilderment. She was very clear that Wang Baoli had become the mayor with the entire federation as his witness. That meant that he had a strong backing and foundation, which made it difficult for the situation to change, unless... "I just have to prove that his eternal fortress isn't as perfect as others have imagined, and is no match for my global Dharma city," Li Yi mumbled. She understood that in order to achieve this, she couldn't do it in an obvious manner, and should instead appear to abide by the rules on the surface while going against them in secret. It would appear that she was constructing the eternal fortress, but was actually waiting to ambush. At the same time, she belittled the eternal fortress. In her opinion, she was the representative of the 4 Dao colleges. Even though her global Dharma city had failed in the assessment, it still lasted until the end. Wang Baoli may have won, but his stronghold was destroyed eventually as well. That was what made Li Yi so confident. Once I have proven this point, the Dao College would naturally take action and collaborate with other factions to kick Wang Baoli away, in order for me to smoothly ascend to the position of the new mayor. With that thought, Li Yi grew even more passionate as she immediately pushed aside her suspicions and became determined. She secretly made plans to pretend to be constructing the eternal fortress on the surface, while building her own global Dharma city in secret. However, she also didn't dare to make her movements too obvious. Therefore, she focused her attention on a corner of the Eternal Fortress, designating it as an area for the global Dharma city. There was something that she wasn't too clear about, and that was that Wang Baoli seemed to be responsible for constructing the stronghold, but was actually facilitating the chi-fostering spirit array formation. After all, this new city zone was constructed in order to form the array formation. This matter was considered a secret, and people who were secondary rank 3 or below didn't have the authority to know about it. Wang Baoli was an exception, as he had a unique identity and was informed by the Martian colony governor. Even though Li Yi also knew about it, she didn't have a complete view like Wang Baoli did. Naturally, she couldn't possess the blueprint for new Mars region's array formation like Wang Baoli. In reality, minor adjustments had been made to Wang Baoli's Eternal Fortress so that the stronghold and the array formation could integrate with each other perfectly. That meant that no matter how powerful Li Yi's global Dharma city was, it would be difficult for it to integrate perfectly with the array formation. This way, errors would be obvious. Right now, however, Li Yi didn't seem to realize that, and was instead very excited for the day to arrive when she could prove that her global Dharma city was superior to the Eternal Fortress. Just like that, time passed. The construction of the new city zone officially began, with transformations visible every day. Areas of construction and plots of land were constantly being constructed at an astonishing speed. It was also at this moment that Jin Duoming finally arrived. As the last vice mayor, he may be late, but he brought along an astounding amount of resources and manpower. The speed at which the new city zone was being constructed had visibly increased by the second day he arrived. After meeting Jin Duoming, Wang Baoli relinquished more of his power, passing Jin Duoming the responsibility to act like a housekeeper responsible for the internal affairs of the new city zone. He even told Jin Duoming that this was a chance for him to prove himself. That surprised Jin Duoming. He felt that what Wang Baoli said made sense, and since he had nothing better to do, he was enthusiastic about his job. However, after a few days, he felt tired and bitter. There were simply too many things to handle and oversee in the new city zone's construction process. If everyone worked equally hard, it wouldn't feel so miserable. However, Wang Baoli was the one who became the freest, having time to either cultivate or bring the donkey walking in the new city zone. Therefore, after bearing with it for a few days, Jin Duoming finally exploded in unhappiness, realizing that he didn't even have time to flirt with the ladies anymore. However, the way he expressed his unhappiness wasn't to argue with Wang Baoli. Instead, he sent an order to Trilunaris Corporation, assigning hundreds of management elites from Mars to become his assistants, helping him to manage the internal affairs of Mars. This way, he could relax and had the time to pursue Li Yi. The way Jin Duoming went after girls in the past was to give them a ton of money until the other party gave in. However, this time, he decided to try a different method to see if he could move Li Yi, not by giving money, but by pursuing her with his capabilities. He already had this idea when he was in the Martian city. And this thought had remained now that he was in the new Mars region. He was around Li Yi every single day, which made Li Yi extremely annoyed. However, when she thought about Jin Duoming's status, she rolled her eyes and bore with the annoyance, occasionally stirring discord between Jin Duoming and Wang Baoli. In response to Li Yi trying to sow discord, Jin Duoming always appeared to be angry at Wang Baoli, wanting to go against him. In reality, however, he wasn't the least bit affected, as he understood the implications of the matter, and didn't want to be part of the battle between the two of them. However, he still hinted to Li Yi that as long as she became one of his Dao partners, he would immediately roll up his sleeves and bash Wang Baoli up. This attitude of not committing oneself until success is certain made Li Yi grit her teeth. Seeing Li Yi's response, Jin Duoming was heartbroken, as he felt that it was a beautiful sight. He decided to secretly support Wang Baoli. That was because the more he supported Wang Baoli, the more powerful Wang Baoli would be. At the same time, Li Yi would become more angry and annoyed, and that would perhaps make Li Yi agree to become his. In order to agitate Li Yi even more, Jin Duoming didn't hide his support for Wang Baoli and instead made it very obvious to Li Yi. Can you see that with the resources I hold, whoever I help would be at an advantage? How's this? If you become one of my 300 Dao partners, I will help you. You are hole. Get lost. Li Yi exploded at Jin Duoming angrily. Chapter 375, The Sound from Within the Catacombs. Chapter 375, The Sound from Within the Catacombs. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's so troublesome to pursue a girl. After Jin Duoming was hurled out of Li Yi's office, he entered his luxurious cruiser, leaving dejectedly with his bodyguards surrounding him. Jin Duoming lay in the embrace of one of his servants, while snacking on fruits that had been peeled by the other beautiful servant ladies surrounding him. He was filled with emotional thoughts, as he felt that Li Yi was a challenge to pursue. Therefore, he was thinking about whether to adopt his previous method, which was to overwhelm her with money. No, I should move her with my sincerity and let her know that she would be safest in my arms. Jin Duoming put on a look of seriousness, thinking about how he needed to plan carefully before executing anything. While Jin Duoming was in deep thought about how to improve the relationship between himself and Li Yi, Wang Baoli finally managed to completely stabilize his cultivation. In reality, during this period of time, he appeared to be inspecting the construction of the stronghold, but most of the time, he was searching for a place where the speed of his dark art cultivation could take place at a faster speed. He realized that even though the speed of dark art cultivation increased the nearer he was to the divine armament catacombs, similar effects could be obtained at a few other areas as well. However, the divine armament catacombs still afforded the most convenience. It could also be imaginable that once he entered into the seal, the extent of his cultivation there would reach an unimaginable state. It was similar to there being a giant cake that was inaccessible for Wang Baoli to eat. It wasn't out of bounds, it was just too dangerous. Caught between a mix of struggle and disappointment, the initial stage of the new city zone's construction gradually reached completion. There was still other construction work to follow, but according to Wang Baoli's plans, this was the time to test out the degree to which the array formation integrated with the stronghold. Not only was there only 3 months left before the deadline set by the Martian colony governor to relocate the people would arrive, but these 3 months were also crucial for Wang Baoli to ensure that there were no issues with his new Mars region. Even if problems were to surface, they would need to be rectified immediately. Never should he wait until after the 100 million people had moved in to solve the problems. Otherwise, if he didn't do a good job, disaster might occur. Wang Baoli placed a lot of emphasis on this matter. Therefore, after the initial stage of the new Mars region's construction had been completed, he immediately notified the Martian colony governor. Eventually, the Martian colony governor bestowed Wang Baoli with authority over the seal, and after all the preparations had been made, Wang Baoli tried to activate the divine armament seal. As a loud boom reverberated and all the necessary protective measures had been put in place, a corner of the divine armament catacomb seal was opened. Immediately, a roaring noise resounded in all directions, and numerous beast tides emerged without control. The moment they emerged, the invisible array formation thread suddenly became obvious in the sealed area where the divine armament catacombs was located. The thread slashed in all directions, and immediately, painful screams reverberated, and flesh and blood flew in all directions. Countless limbless bodies fell onto the ground after being cut into pieces. Wang Baoli, Li Yi, Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, and all the other people put on a serious look as they stood inside the command center, watching everything unfold through the spirit screen. No one said anything. Their eyes were all fixated on the spirit screen. They saw the flesh and blood flying in all directions and also noticed how the corpses and flesh dissolved rapidly upon falling to the ground. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. The other people didn't have a full understanding, but Wang Baoli knew very clearly that the corpses and the flesh had all become the driving force and energy of the array formation. Before long, the continual acts of defense and killings going on in the divine armament catacombs ended, and everything returned to normal. Wang Baoli tried to increase the opening of the seal, releasing even more powerful ferocious beasts. Tests like these took place for several days. During that period, they discovered many problems. After that, Wang Baoli immediately shut the seal and gathered manpower to rectify the issues immediately. 3 days later, all the repairs were completed, and the seal was lifted once again. This cycle continued for an entire month. As the repair and improvements happened continuously, the protective covering outside the Divine Armament catacombs was perfected. Sometimes, core formation realm ferocious beast could also be killed by the force of the array formation there. It was only at that moment that Wang Baoli could fully heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the lifting of the seal that happened the past 2 months significantly reduced the number of beast tides that emerged. Therefore, after asking for permission, Kong Dao began carrying out his actual role, and that was to periodically inspect the melting process of the chilly iced barrier in the catacombs. Even though danger still lurked within the seal, the military had arranged significant manpower to enter the seal during relatively safer times to begin the inspection and discovery process. It was only relatively safer, as the bizarre-looking face had reappeared twice. It wasn't present all the time, and according to the Federation's judgment, the faces that were transmogrified previously while the barrier was present were merely formed by other gods. As the masses watched the situation nervously, Kong Dao gritted his teeth and led the men into the seal. No one knew what it was like inside, and after 5 minutes, Kong Dao and company rushed out. Following them was a large crowd of ferocious beasts that were chasing after them while roaring, who were then killed by the array formation. This happened again and again for half a month. With every inspection, information regarding the Divine Armament catacombs was summarized and reported to Wang Baoli, who then relayed them to the Martian colony governor. Wang Baoli felt solemn looking at the information. Even though Kong Dao and company entered the seal during safer times, there were still many deaths and injuries. At the same time, until now, no one had managed to reach the location where the barrier was located. There were just too many ferocious beasts, and they grew in numbers the deeper they went. At the same time, Wang Baoli sensed that each time the seal was opened, the dark fire in his body burned more furiously when he stood near the Divine Armament catacombs. If there weren't so many people around, Wang Baoli wouldn't have controlled his urge to cultivate. In the end, Wang Baoli didn't manage to control his urge. He released the mosquitoes to follow the military personnel as they entered the seal once again for inspection. The moment they entered, Wang Baoli immediately saw the deep tunnels within the catacombs through the eyes of the mosquitoes. The surrounding mud was of a dark red color, and a sinister vibe continuously stimulated Wang Baoli's psyche. The deeper they went, the brighter the red color of the mud grew. In the end, it appeared as if blood was circulating within. At the same time, he noticed the ferocious beasts as well. They were in the form of uncountable globs of flesh wriggling non-stop on the mud walls. Every time one of them broke open, either ferocious beasts or frightening corpses that could move appeared. That was extremely similar to the blood-colored cave in which Lin Tianhao had met with danger and gone missing. It was little wonder that the Martian colony governor, as well as others, had thought that the blood-colored cave was somehow related to the Divine Armament. Holding his breath, Wang Baoli controlled the 9 mosquitoes to follow the military cultivators to an assembly point. That was the deepest point that the military, under the lead of Kong Dao, could reach. Even though it was still a distance away from the barrier, there were just too many flesh globs. The slightest movement would awaken them, and unless they were all cleared, it would be difficult to advance further. Therefore, after placing dharmic artifacts all around them, the military quickly retreated. However, the mosquitoes controlled by Wang Baoli stayed behind. Wang Baoli was silent, and with a look of determination, he controlled the 9 mosquitoes and charged deeper within the catacombs. Without the military cultivators, the 9 mosquitoes charged forward at an even greater speed. Even Wang Baoli didn't know how far they went, and could only depend on a rough estimation. With his current level of cultivation, he still almost lost all connection with the mosquitoes. When he reached the limits of control, he finally saw the end of the cave. There was a gigantic piece of chilly ice seal, which gave off a frightening cold. At the same time, even before Wang Baoli could take a detailed look, the chilly ice suddenly vibrated, and a huge face that looked extremely frightening appeared. It stared intently at the 9 mosquitoes controlled by Wang Baoli as it suddenly spoke. "Dark child." That voice didn't speak in Earth's language and was instead a language that Wang Baoli had never heard before. It sounded like a curse, and the moment it emerged, it blasted loudly inside Wang Baoli's mind through the mosquitoes, causing him to tremble and his breathing to quicken. Even the dark fire in his body was almost out of control. What made him even more shocked was that even though he had never heard the language used by the other party before, for some reason, when it reverberated in his mind, he found out that he actually understood it.